Good morning, everyone. It is now 9 o'clock, Tuesday, October 24th, 2023. We are in the Doña County Commission Chambers at 845 North Motel Boulevard, and we are ready to commence our commission meeting. We will start with our invocation by Jeff Lewis, pastor, OMG Community Church. Pastor Lewis, good morning.
Good morning, commissioners. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor and a pleasure to be here this morning to give the invocation, and I want to say thank you for having me. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for allowing us to gather together this morning, and please open our ears, open our hearts, open our minds to receive the wonderful word of blessings you have for us today. We know, Lord, that you have the whole world in your hands, and right now your hands are extremely full with all the world's troubles. Heavenly Father, we ask that you continue to pray for the peace in Middle East. We also are seeking the blessings of our county commissioners this morning. We pray that you grant them with wisdom, compassion, and their roles and leadership in our community. Heavenly Father, bless them with knowledge, strength to make difficult decisions while keeping the vision for a better and brighter future for Doña County. May your light forever shine upon them as they work together in unity. Lord, we thank you for the opportunity to lift up our county commissioners in prayer. We trust that your wisdom and grace will inspire and bless them throughout their community service. We ask this all in your great, great glory. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor. Next is our Pledge of Allegiance, and I would like to ask Sergeant Eden Flores to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please, if you'll step to the podium.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Sergeant. We'll be moving forward now to roll call of the commission members present and determination of quorum. Ms. Brandy?
Commissioner Murillo?
Present.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Here.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Present.
Vice Chair Shaldo Hernandez?
Here.
Chair Chaparro?
Present. We do have a quorum. All 5 commissioners are present. The commission convenes as the Board of County Commissioners and the County Board of Finance in open session. Mr. Macias, are there any changes to the agenda?
Good morning, Madam Chairwoman. I have no changes to the agenda to propose.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. We will now proceed to pet showcase. Mr. Macias.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, on behalf of the Board of County Commissioners, they take advantage at every meeting to advocate for the adoption of animals from the Animal Services Center of the Mesilla Valley. It is an unfortunate note, Madam Chair, that we have the cat of the week and the dog of the week, but they've been our cat of the week and the dog of the week previously, which means that they've been at the shelter for a period of time without adoption. So again, our cat of the week is Milo, who's 4 years old, a male. I was surrendered for scratching up the house I lived in. But scratching is something I need to do as a cat, so please make sure you're ready to make some accommodations for me. I've been a little timid and reserved at the Animal Services Center of the Mesilla Valley, but just spend some time with me, giving me some pets. I love it, and you'll earn my trust in that way. I just want a new, loving home. That's our cat of the week. And our dog of the week, and you can remember because such a significantly prominent tongue that this dog has, but it's Mookie, 2 years old, and a medium mix male. I've been in and out of the Animal Services Center of the Mesilla Valley through no fault of my own. I just haven't had much luck finding a permanent, truly forever home. I can be a little shy and guarded with strangers, especially around men. But the Animal Services Center of the Mesilla Valley volunteers can attest that once I get comfortable, I'm really affectionate and a great listener. Just give me some patience and unconditional love, and I promise to return it in kind.
Thank you, Mr. Macias.
This is, we do have some opportunities. Again, the continuation of the spectacular adoption opportunity running through the 1st through the 31st of this month. And there'll be some opportunities to adopt pets or adopt animals at PetSmart this coming Saturday from 10 to 1 p.m. Again, on behalf of the Board of County Commissioners, we encourage those of you that are here in the audience and those that may be viewing the proceedings to consider adopting either Mookie or Milo or some other animal that will capture your heart. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. We will now move forward with employee recognition. The commission will recognize Doña County employees for their years of service to Doña County. Mr. Macias.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thought the weather was warm.
It's got a nice rhythm to it. The weather, it's got a nice rhythm.
Again, we're very privileged to, the commission at each of its meetings takes advantage of the opportunity to recognize certain employees who have met a significant milestone or anniversary in their career with the county. So we're going to begin this morning with Sergeant Eden Flores, who rendered the Pledge of Allegiance flawlessly. Come forward, please, Sergeant. Sergeant Eden Flores joined the Doña County Sheriff's Office as a cadet in October of 2013. She joined the Patrol Division a year later. In 2016, she transferred to the Traffic Division, where she supported the Shattered Lives program. Those of you who aren't familiar with it, it is a program designed to discourage teens' involvement with alcohol and make them aware of the serious consequences of drinking and driving. She also delivered driver's education classes at various schools. In 2019, she became a supervisor, and in 2020, she was promoted to her current role of sergeant. She is a standardized field sobriety instructor and one of 3 drug recognition experts in her department. This certification enables her to determine if a person is impaired by something other than alcohol when they are arrested. To say she is passionate about arresting drunk drivers is an understatement. Out of 68 driving while, in the state, she was selected the 2022 DRE of the year for her dedication to impaired driving enforcement since 2017. That includes 42 evaluations, 100% opinion rate, and teaching new officers how to get impaired drivers off the road. Sergeant Flores says that she feels it is one way in which law enforcement intervenes and saves lives. She's also a certified crash reconstructionist, which means that she leads fatal or great bodily harm crash reconstructions. She is a general instructor, crash data retrieval system operator, firearms instructor, and basically also a pistol laser instructor. These are among just a variety of the certifications that Sergeant Flores has. When off duty, she enjoys spending time with her family and being a mom to her 3-year-old daughter, who I know has joined us here today. And she says is definitely, I don't know why the husband always gets excluded. She says that it's definitely the best part of her life. They love to do crafts together, cookie and bake. Sergeant Flores enjoys creating art, drawing, personalized gifts, quilting, and embroidery. Ladies and gentlemen, for really what is truly an exceptional member of our Sheriff's Department. Please join the commission in recognizing not only an outstanding individual, but the outstanding work that Sergeant Eden Flores has performed on behalf of the public. So please bear with us while we take some pictures with Sergeant Flores and the commission.
You all behave back there. Smile, keep your eyes open. Okay, you ready? Everybody smile. Keep your eyes open. What's your daughter's name? Emma. Emma, look at me. Perfect. Good job.
We'll proceed with Mr. Salvador Lopez, who has also reached 10 years of service with the county. Mr. Lopez began his employment with the road department in October of 2013 as an equipment operator. He successfully completed the National Safety Council's defensive driving course, and he operates vehicles ranging from backhoes, dump trucks, to trenchers, movers, mowers, and forklifts. Outside of work, he enjoys the outdoors and spending time with his family. Ladies and gentlemen, I know that there's some employees, say Sergeant Flores, they have a more prominent and visible role in the community. But there are so many other county employees who perhaps aren't seen by the public but play critical roles in terms of maintaining the infrastructure throughout the county. And certainly, Mr. Lopez is one of those individuals. Ladies and gentlemen, please join the commission in giving a very special thank you to Mr. Salvador Lopez.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, this is the last of our recognitions, but it is an extremely special recognition. Someone who has given 30 years of absolutely dedicated, fantastic quality service to the community, Ms. Janine Dibiak. Janine joined Doña County in the Community Development Department in 1993. I'm not going to ask how many of you were born before that date, but still. Throughout her tenure, she has filled the role of Planner 1, Planner 2, Senior Planner, Acting Assistant Director, and Interim Director. In her current role as the Chief Planner in the Community Development Department, she's a hands-on team player who supervises and mentors 13 employees, 6 in current planning, 4 in the environmental codes, and 3 laborers. In 2017, she led the Unified Development Code Modernization Project and updated all of the land use and development standards, combining 8 ordinances into a single document. Adopting the UDC meant that the extraterritorial zone with the city of Las Cruces was disbanded, and the county no longer had to coordinate with the city to get subdivision application approvals. In 2022, she was awarded the Citizen Planner of the Year by the Western Planners Association for her long career of outreach and advocacy for citizens and residents, effective and patient representation of the planning profession to county leadership, appointed and elected officials, and for her mentorship to new planners entering the planning profession. Janine has been the county blood drive coordinator since its inception in 2021. Her mentor and director of community development at the time, Judy Price, was diagnosed with cancer and needed blood transfusions. Judy asked Janine to donate blood. Instead, Janine organized the first blood drive in her honor, collecting 100 pints that day. Unfortunately, sadly, for those who certainly knew Ms. Price, Judy passed away a month later. In her honor, Janine has kept Judy's memory alive by continuing to coordinate 3 blood drives per year here at the county center. She also donates blood up to 4 times a year, totaling 9 gallons so far. Ladies and gentlemen, there are few county employees, few elected officials who have had the impact throughout the county that Ms. Diviak has had. The changes, the UDC, the planning, all of that has impacted the county from one end to the other. She is an exceptional employee. And so although this is a 30-year recognition, there better not be a retirement anytime soon. We're not doing this and then to have you retire, okay? So it's another 30 years. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the truly outstanding individuals in our community, certainly one of our most outstanding county employees. Please join the commission in giving Ms. Diviak a very special recognition. This special platter, so you can serve your fruit to your friends, Janine Diviak, in appreciation for and recognition of 30 years of dedicated service to Doña County on behalf of the Board of County Commissioners and County Management from the 25th of October of 1993 through the 25th of this month, 2023.
Thank you to the wonderful Doña County employees. We're so grateful to have you. We will now move forward with public input. If there are any persons wishing to address the commission, if you'll please step forward to the podium and sign in to the book on to your left. And when you do come to the podium, please introduce yourselves. Thank you.
Madam Chairwoman, good morning as far as it goes. My name is Michael Potts. I come to speak with you this morning about the Board of Voter Registration. I sent each one of you a letter at the beginning of the month that detailed what the board should be doing and what their tasks are as far as it goes. I'd like to try a Russian phrase here on you, Dorvei no proverei, which means trust but verify. Now, last Sunday, if you open up your Sun News, you see all these people in the obituary that have passed away. These people have to be removed from the voter rolls. Now, we have a lot of crime in this county and in Las Cruces in the city, and I'm sure that a lot of those people have been convicted as felons. Those felons must be removed from the voter rolls too. And we've had a lot of people that have moved from Las Cruces, from this district, from the state, and those people, they have to be removed from the voter rolls too. However, our Board of Voter Registration has yet to meet, has yet to choose a chairman and a vice chairman, and they have yet to do the job that I think they're required to do. Now, the county clerk, I trust her fully to do stuff, but there needs to be the board to verify and to certify that the county clerk's office is doing the job that they're required to do as per the election handbook. Now, I've gone through this handbook quite considerable, and I can tell you that there is nothing in there that precludes the Board of Voter Registration from meeting whenever they want to. Now, you're told that they have to meet every 2 years, and that's true if they have not met in the meantime. They have to meet because the Secretary of State says that if they haven't met to clear the voter rolls, then she can investigate why in this county, and this county would be liable for any cost for that investigation. So I leave it to y'all. What do you want to do as far as your Board of Voter Registration? I think you might admonish them and say, you need to get together and start looking at what is required in the voter handbook. No, it's not hard. I give you all kinds of information and sent you all information of what needs to be certified as far as felons and as far as people that have moved and as far as people that have passed away and died. So it's up to this board to make sure that that Board of Voter Registration works. I'd like to be, as a citizen, sitting in and watching them do their job. You know, each meeting of the Board of Voter Registration, it comes under the Open Meetings Act, and all of the records are to the public and can be open to the public. So I would just like to see the Board of Voter Registration do the job that you guys have allocated them to do. So I really appreciate it, and if you have any questions, I've sent my email to you so you know where I'm at.
Thank
So
you,
thank
Mr.
you very
Potts.
much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Israel Chavez, practicing attorney here in this community. I won't belabor my background. Most of you are familiar with my work and my involvement in the community. I don't have the privilege of knowing sort of the background information on the things in the agenda, but I just wanted to offer public comment on a couple things. At the Anthony Collection Station and Transfer Station, I'm not sure which commissioner is spearheading this or where this came from, but if the economic development plan for the county is trash, then it's trash, right? We should be evaluating how we can stimulate the economy across our community in other ways that aren't building another dump. I'll remind the commission that there was a Supreme Court case that defeated a dump in the South Valley once before, Rhino Environmental Services, and I don't understand why the county thinks this is a good idea. So I just want to pose to the members of the commission that I've given free legal advice across this county as a part of the Southern New Mexico Bar Association's legal clinic program. At no point is anyone saying, yeah, we need another dump. I don't understand how that is on the radar. It seems a bit 1980s to focus on build. I don't think it considers all of the remediation factors and the running of the actual facility, right? I don't think we should get into the business of trash just for money, right? It should be a little better thought out than that. And then the Alta Mesa Estates, this Alta Mesa public improvement thing, we need housing in communities. We don't need to be sprawling out into the middle of nowhere, spending money to put sidewalks for folks out in the middle of nowhere. Nobody lives, right? We need to be building communities in the communities that exist. I mean, in the village of Doña, we have a housing need right now. And my people don't want to move to the border. I think we need to be a little more strategic about how we are going to grow. And so it doesn't seem like the developer is well thought out in terms of actually making this happen. I would recommend the county institute clawbacks if they're going to make sure that they're going to give basically the piggy bank away to a developer. Then they should be able to take it back if they sell it, right? Because what I don't want to see is the county say, let's invest all this money in the, or put all these programs forward for this land, and then that developer sells it to somebody else. All we've done is increase the value of that land. We've not ensured development. So I encourage the county to think through that. The other thing I want to bring up is that there was a Jacobs report that I understand evaluated curbside pickup. My community would prefer curbside pickup rather than another dump. Disturbing the land out there, I understand, is going to take immense remediation. And so let's be a little more modern about our economic development. We need an economic development office, and I applaud you for considering that. But thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chavez. Is there anyone else that would like to address the commission? Please step forward.
Mark Veith. I would like to support Israel in the fact that in Germany, when they build a road or they add housing, they build it to an existing town or village. That way they don't have to put the utilities going way out to there being electric, sewer, gas, all of that. Saves a lot of money. And it saves lands that could be used for what it was intended for. So last meeting, Jim Horst came in with his plea to stop prayer at the beginning, and his conclusion was, he brought up an interesting point, but his conclusion was incorrect. Philippians 4:13 says, I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. Somebody has come up with a coffee cup that says, I can do all things, with a verse taken out of context. The Bible is like a dictionary. It's a book with a lot of words. You can cut and paste it and make it say what you want it to say. Jim kind of does that with history. He picks and chooses parts of history that he likes to support what he's got, but he takes it out of context. So I have two questions for Jim. One, if it is so bad, so horrifying to sit through prayer, how come he did that last time we were here? He sat here through the whole prayer. He didn't get up and leave. The second thing I'd like to ask Jim, if our founding fathers believed the way that he said they believe, why was it Thomas Jefferson who wrote the letter to a church about church and state? Why didn't he, when he was president, create an executive order to stop that? So the reason that the conclusion was incorrect is a reasonable accommodation can be given to a county employee if they do not want to sit here through a prayer. They can provide that, and by their First Amendment rights, you guys have to approve that, and then they can come in after prayer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. B. Is there anyone else that would like to address the commission? Good morning. Please introduce yourself.
I'm Jim Hurst, seeing as how my name was mentioned. Do I get extra time to rebut, or?
No, sir. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'll address those issues next time. I'm going to ask you this morning that we include a moment of science in these proceedings. How about bringing in experts in science and technology to speak to us for about 5 minutes about their latest discoveries and innovations? We have NMSU, NASA, White Sands Missile Range, and the Spaceport, just to name a few, who at this moment are working on scientific research that would probably have something interesting and profitable to tell us. Law enforcement agencies could inform us of technologies that could make them more cost-effective and productive at protecting our lives and property and monitoring the actions of law enforcement officers. We can invite high school students to introduce us to the discoveries that have made profound impacts on our society. They could tell us how the latest apps are changing their lives. We may be made aware of new technologies that will help us preserve and protect our environment. There would be no conflict between constitutional issues of church and state. Unlike religion, it is indisputable that promoting science, technology, and reason is in the public interest. There are enormous benefits to individuals and community for being first movers in the development and marketing of technologies. By making ourselves aware of science and technology as a community, we would be making ourselves more attractive as a location to possible startups seeking a home. You know what the railroad meant to this community and how it influenced the development of Las Cruces, and how not embracing the new technology harmed other communities. Invitations to technology leaders to speak to this body would signal to the research community that Doña County is a place to grow its enterprise. Lastly, spending a few minutes each commission meeting considering developments in science and technology may serve to elevate the discourse at these meetings beyond the constant griping and often uninformed and misinformed comments we are so often forced to endure. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to address the commission? Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Michael Simmons. We've met before, hopefully well. Didn't have anything prepared. A couple ideas or a couple thoughts that comes to me. Science is a thing. It's a procedure. It's a theory. You have a hypothesis. You have a test. You see if it works. You compare it to it. Science isn't alive. It doesn't give life. It doesn't give wisdom. It doesn't give anything of a higher nature. Man himself can help improve himself to some degree by trying to be rational, but man is not a rational creature. He's a rationalizing creature. We see a thing and we try and come up with some explanation of why it happens, whether it happened that way or not. We do it among each other. We think that we are who each other's are just by, when I look at you, you're thinking this because I would think that, but people don't think the same way. So yeah, man is rationalizing. So the purpose of the morning prayer is to submit to the higher being, saying, we have an issue, we need wisdom in this case, we are finite. This life is not everything that there is. Therefore, give us wisdom in the spirit side of life in order for good decisions to be made. It's a completely different category of what we're trying to accomplish. And it's a little bit interesting that if you go through a lot of the great inventions that are touted by science, you often end up at strong Christian leaders as well. So the two aren't separable. You generally do not have great intelligence without some sort of idea that there is a God. Also, if you give man these great weapons without wisdom, you end up with horrific violence. And we've discussed before that you see what happened in Russia with the Bolshevik Revolution. Atheism came through. It had great governmental support. It had modern guns. It had all the stuff, and you end up with millions dead. You end up with the Mao in China. You end up with not Mongolia, but you end up with things of that nature that man just seems to not be able to handle power correctly. And that would be my thoughts on this matter. So yeah, I would say consider to have prayer at the beginning of your meetings. And I appreciate your time this morning, and thank you much.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that would like to address the commission? Please step forward. Hearing none, seeing none, we will move forward to staff input. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Robert Ardetta, Director, Facilities and Parks. May I have my presentation? My presentation today is in response to the Commission's request for some information on previously completed projects at our recreation facilities.
That's not the right.
That's not the right one.
I know we have Dr. Torres for that, but if you'd like to give it and do it on the fly.
Recreation. Guess we must be having technical difficulties.
Well, we do have our IT director here. That might be able to help.
Okay. Madam Chair, would you like for me to come back and move?
Here it goes.
Thank you. Again, thank you. And I would like to start with an inventory of our recreation facilities. We have 19 facilities countywide, which include soccer fields, baseball parks, skate parks, walking trails, and playgrounds. As you can see from the map, our facilities spread a little over 60 miles throughout the county and start in Salem up to the north, all the way to Santa Teresa in the south. Funding for parks improvements over the past fiscal years include fiscal year 2020, just over $480,000. Fiscal year 21, $1.3 million. Fiscal year 22, a little over $200,000. Fiscal year 23, just over $350,000. And for fiscal year 24, we have projects slated in the amount of $1.3 million, a little over $1.3 million. The average over the past 5 years that we have spent on these parks is just over $760,000. Currently, for fiscal year 24, we have projects at the Dolores Wright Community Center, which include a bike trail, Dolores Wright Community Park improvements, which include the soccer field, and some resurfacing of some tennis courts and some playground equipment. Dolores Wright Baseball Field, which includes some bleachers and a reseeding of the infield, or outfield, excuse me. And Vado del Cerro, we have some playground equipment going in and some fitness equipment going in. Butterfield Baseball Park, irrigation improvements and reseeding. Mesquite Baseball Park improvements, we have parking lot improvements and some lighting upgrades. And the Mesquite Skate Park, we have added skate park amenities. And the last project we had is the Doña Plaza Park bench installation, which has been completed. So going forward, planning for the future, I would like to budget this year for a Parks and Recreation Master Plan. One, to set the vision of our parks and recreation facilities, to seek community engagement, to identify any needs and gap analysis for underserved areas, and to develop long-range strategic planning and optimization, develop a deferred maintenance plan for the county assets, and establish key performance indicators to benchmark or to mark ourselves against other counties. At this time, I will entertain any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Commissioners, do we have any questions? Commissioner Reynolds?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Rivera, Do we have any plans to put any kind of bleachers at any of the facilities so the people that are watching games or watching activities have a place to sit? Is that in the plan?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Reynolds, yes, we do. We are putting bleachers or we're looking at bleacher upgrades for the Dolores Wright baseball park and the soccer field.
Okay,
We're looking at that, yes, sir.
great. Okay, something else I wonder if this falls into your responsibility. We have bus stops all over the county. Have we thought about identifying, or is this your responsibility to identify the locations where the most people gather and maybe putting in some kind of structure to provide some sort of protection from the heat and the weather
At bus stops?
at bus stops? Is that something that would be in your responsibility or not?
That, I do not believe so.
In that facilities, wouldn't that be facilities?
No, sir, that's under the jurisdiction of the South Central Transportation.
Transit Authority.
We've been working with Mr. Armijo to put up something in the Anthony area, but that normally is not under facilities.
Okay, so basic, excuse me for a second, sorry, Mr. Messias, so let me understand correctly. So this board needs to allocate more funds to the bus service, South Central Regional Transit, so they can actually provide these facilities?
Yes, because they're the ones that, they determine the routes, they determine what the stops are, they determine what infrastructure they need within that system. They certainly can come to the commission and say, can you authorize more money in the budget? But it isn't something that historically facilities has been engaged in.
I'm actually surprised, and I'm surprised that we haven't done that, because for the bus service, because it really does get, and now it's getting hotter, and I think that we need some sort of shelter out there, at least for mothers with children and babies or something that are waiting for buses. People that need the buses most are the ones that really need the protection the most as well in some cases. So sorry to bring that up in your presentation. Thank you. I see your plan. Are we looking at also putting any lights in any of the facilities for night so they can be there playing baseball at night or soccer at night or something?
At this time, we do not have any plans to put lighting in any of the facilities. We do not have the budget for it, but that is something that we can identify in our master plan.
Okay. Since we have a master plan meeting tentatively scheduled for November 13th, I think it'd be great if you could provide us on some recommendations about what we should be able to be discussing about the parks and recreation.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Commissioner Sanchez.
I think, thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, I'd love to, maybe, I think as Commissioner Reynolds had stated, I think, I know that the department has had some input on the strategic plan, and maybe it's more appropriate after the discussion or during the discussion, either way. But I'd love to understand, as we move forward with a plan, and when you're talking the master plan, I look at facilities like in Salem or in Rincon, and those are the facilities in the colonias that don't have an actual community center, but it's the central point where the youth and people end up gathering. And so I know if you've been out to Salem, you know there's not much out there except for dirt. And I know we have the basketball courts, but my question is do we have any ideas on how we can continue to improve the facilities in a way that benefits the community, invites more people out, especially in those areas? Because I understand that when as we're investing, and I think we're trying to invest, and I'm not saying that trying to cast any shadows or anything, but I think the feeling from those that live in the colonias is they're being left behind when they come closer to the city and they see the facilities that either the city of Las Cruces or some of the others have. And I know, like I said, we're different jurisdictions, but I would like for that to be considered in the input is how do we continue to do these things and be able to invest in those colonias? Because like I said, when they go out and they see they're playing soccer or baseball on a dirt field with rocks all over, that's what they feel they're getting from the county. And I understand, like I said, there's a lot behind the scenes that we're doing. But when we put our best foot forward, and that's what, that's unfortunately what they see, we really need to work on developing that plan. So I appreciate, like I said, when we move forward, kind of what that vision will be. We don't need an answer now, but just understand that I think that's one of the things that we do see is that we've got to, as we continue to get these resources, work with our legislators and the state. How do we continue to find those funding sources so we can bring the best facilities that we can, or, for our communities?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Sanchez, absolutely, and that is why I want to plan to do this master plan so we can identify exactly, the needs and seek that community engagement so we can get information from the entire community.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Herrera. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Commissioner Reynolds, what was the location you were talking about for the shelter?
I'm sorry, say it again.
With bus shelter you were talking about?
Oh, I didn't know specific bus shelter. Like Mr. Macias says, the bus, South Central Regional Transit actually has stops all over the place. I think Mr. Macias mentioned that Anthony was a place where a lot of people gather and actually pick up the bus, and he's talking about that being a high priority to do one at Anthony first.
Yeah.
But there are several locations, and what I'm recommending is that we have the committee who of South Central Regional Transit actually get a list or identify the stations that are used the most, and then prioritize those so we can actually determine that we can fund, like, say, 5 or 10 facilities that cover maybe 40% of the people who ride. And if we do that first, then we won't have to come up with $5 million to put shelters everywhere. But at least we can identify some key areas where we think the biggest risk is to accommodate the biggest load on the buses. That's what I'm suggesting. Thank you.
Okay. Because just to point it out there, I think South Central puts out ICIP requests every year, and I believe that they've been trying to do a funding project for shelters for their bus stops for the past 2 or 3 years. So I think they're almost there. So hopefully we'll see some forward movement on that, because I know they've been working on the Sunland Park Transit and then the bus shelters and stuff like that. So I think that's going to be coming. So hopefully we can just follow along with that ICIP list this year and see where it's going. And then I see Stevens in the audience, and we were talking about the funding. If we can go back to that slide about the funding with the 7-year or 5-year average. This 1.3, Stephen, do you know, have we started the conversations about using these facilities for emergency shelters when needed? And are any of these FY24 funds going to help get us what we need to get these shelters in place, the supplies and safe net and all that stuff? I know it's a dual one. Sorry, guys. I apologize.
Good morning, Commissioners. Stephen Lopez with the Office of Emergency Management. Chair Chaparro, Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez. In regards to your question, no, this funding is not earmarked for any of the improvements that we would like to see going forward for taking some of our county facilities and community centers and making them disaster assistance service centers. That is a future project, and we will absolutely be coming back to this board for assistance in either getting ICIP funds or other funding as those move forward.
Okay, thank you so much. I know we had that conversation, so I was curious. That's all I have really. Just
Madam Chair,
follow up on those.
may I inject that we use our community centers for the shelter from the heat? We certainly have, during the summer, there's at least 7 different community centers that are open. So I know that technically it doesn't tie into what Mr. Lopez deals with in terms of a broader emergency, but certainly the community centers are being used for that. I'd also ask the commission to please recall the Garza report, which was an assessment of all of the different community centers that occurred maybe just 4 years ago. I think the majority of the current commission was on during that period of time. It certainly did identify additional needs within all of the community centers, so hopefully we should be piggybacking off of that report. Also, the figure that you see there, 769,000, that only encompasses the capital outlay that is received from the legislature. It isn't what the commission also budgets for the improvements during that same funding period. So actually, the amount of money that has gone into community centers is higher than what that 7-year average is.
Thank
Yes,
you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, So that is, as Mr. Macias stated, that is money just for the recreation facilities, not the actual community center facility itself.
Thank you. And I do have a comment before you go, Commissioner Reynolds. When we start talking about South Central buses, I would encourage us to not only think about shelter, but maybe power so that the people that are waiting for the buses can charge phones and other things that they may need, maybe, I don't know, cooling stuff. And Mr. Herrera, you're the expert on that, I'm not. And so maybe you can chat with them regarding that. Commissioner Reynolds?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, we've had a discussion too, and I'd like to see this in your plan, is that at these facilities, recreation facilities, many of them have no restroom facilities. And in many of our community centers, when they're closed after 5 o'clock, if someone wants to use the park for basketball at night or tennis or whatever, they really don't have any place to go. I think that we should seriously think about how we're addressing that, especially for some of the young kids that play baseball and stuff like that, and softball and soccer. We really need to provide some facilities for them to be available at night, even if it's just a porta potty or something. And I think not having that is, it puts them at risk, and us too.
Yes, Madam Chair, Commissioner, we are definitely looking at that, and we are working on a plan on how to address that.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner
I just
Sanchez.
wanted, if you don't mind, I just wanted to add a couple, just one point about the SCRTD, and I know serving that I'm the representative for the county on the board, and I know Commissioner Murillo is on, there's a representative from the city of Anthony. I did just want to point out that a couple of things. One is, I think, as Mr. Herrera, you're pointing out, you know, this, and Mr. Macias, the SCRTD has been working on the shelters. However, I think if I would recommend that maybe we have a presentation by Mr. Armijo come to the board, and we can discuss several of those things, and that way we can have that discussion as a commission. There is supposed to be funding coming to SCRTD that I don't believe Mr. Armijo has provided to the SCRTD board as of yet, of what he was going to do the monies aside from having reserves. So this might be a conversation to understand where that is. The second point was going to be around the routes, and I do agree that while most of the SCRTD does go to, or they try to go past or near community centers, you know, I would love to have the discussion as a county being the major funding source for the SCRTD. So that way we can look at several things. One would be, are the routes effective of where they're at, or should they be maybe relocated, and have that input with Mr. Armijo. The other part would be, you know, we've already done zero fares or free fares during summer internships. You know, maybe we look at doing that year round, you know, because of the fact that then we could then have free public transportation across the county, because the city of Las Cruces also has rudder. So I know we've kind of diverted a little bit in terms of our topic, but I just wanted to say that I think it's a good opportunity for us to have a conversation with the RCRTD. And I think it's a good kind of point to have when we have our public facilities, that maybe the buses are the right way to go to be able to transport people to the community centers, to the parks. And how do we get that conversation? So, Madam Chair, I guess my point being is maybe this is the time we could put a request to have SCRTD come and present to the BOCC, and we have those conversations.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. Well, I'm going to ask you about a facility, Mr. Herrera. We're going to go back to that if that's all right. Regarding the Oregon Community Center, has that been finished? Because I know that they were laying sidewalk and putting in ramps.
The Oregon
last time.
Community Center?
Yes, when I was there last, a few months ago.
Madam Chair, I need to, excuse me, I will need to look into that. I don't know where we're at on that stages of the renovation, but I will definitely get back to you on that.
Yes, because, and I don't mean to embarrass Mr. Macias, but he had to climb over a fence to open the door for my last meeting. So much appreciated, Mr. Macias.
I will definitely look into that and get back
Thank
to you.
you. All right, commissioners, any other questions, comments? All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Herrera.
Thank you.
Appreciate the report. Any other presentation from staff? Good morning.
Good morning. Let's see if they can figure out the right PowerPoint. Madam Chair, Commissioners, my name is Jeff Bruzzi. I am the Applications and Programming Manager in the IT department. Approximately 9 months ago, you approved the implementation, the purchase and implementation of Workday to replace our existing ERP system. So I'm here to give you, the board requested quarterly updates. So this is just an update of where we are in the project. You can see in the timeline that we are almost complete with the last pieces of architecture and configuration. We move into testing, and testing is really where we get from a system that kind of works to a system that works properly, because we keep trying to break the system. We create bug reports, the vendor fixes them, and we move on. So we started Architect and Configure back in May. We are implementing 21 different modules in Workday, from all the financial modules, HCM modules, and payroll and absence and time tracking as well. That was completed in June. They then took all of our configurations and built a test system for us and ran through confirmation sessions where they walked us through core processes within the system. That was completed at the end of August. We then moved into unit testing, which is our first stage of high-level testing, where our staff are going through and doing different processes within the system. Partially, it's a first level of testing, but it's also to prepare our staff for the more intensive testing of the end-to-end, which is where we're approaching now. So we'll be complete with Architect and Configure by the middle of November. And we move into end-to-end testing. And end-to-end testing is fairly intensive, where you need to test every process, every way that things get done, and make sure that they can get done in the system and that they return with the correct outcomes. Right now, the leads for all of the different work streams are in the process of building out the test scenarios. We have a bunch of demo scenarios, but they're not specific to our actual processes, so they're customizing them, writing their own to ensure that we can check to make sure that para calculates properly or fire overtime is working correctly, one of the more complicated ones. So starting immediately after Thanksgiving, we'll begin the first cycle of testing, which will end in January, at the beginning of January. After that, they will be, or actually during that, they'll be taking all of our bugs, fixing them, pushing them back to us, and then we run through a second cycle of testing from the beginning of January to more or less the end of February. After that, we go into a data validation phase where we look at converted data to ensure that it's converted correctly. Commissioner Reynolds is smiling because he knows this process very well, I'm sure. From there, we go into parallel testing. Now, parallel testing starts in April, so it's a ways away, but it's critical because we run the payroll. It's really about testing our payroll. There's few things that are as complicated as payroll, and we need to make sure that the bottom line number and every number in between is correct in our new system as well as our old system. So we run payroll in parallel in both systems to assure correct outputs. Once that's complete, we go into the deploy stage, which is where we prepare to go live. And as you can see, go live is there on June 16th. That's a date I'm looking forward to. We will begin by going live with payroll, timekeeping. We won't, since that 6/16 is actually still at the very end of FY24, we won't really be doing finance live until July 1st, although we're still planning out that go live, but in the end, that's the beginning of the next fiscal year is when we're really going to see the system working for us. And that is all I have. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you, Commissioners. Any questions, any comments? Commissioner Reynolds?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, Jeff, I just have a question on your first slide where you showed the schedule, that one there. How many changes have you made to the schedule since you first presented it to us?
The schedule we're staying fairly close to. We've made a few adjustments. We are more or less on schedule with things. I mean, occasionally we fall behind by a week or two, but we try to keep up. We have made a few adjustments. The fact of the matter is this is very intensive and stressful for many of the staff working on it. So we've blocked out a couple of weeks where we're not asking them to do anything. Just give them a little break from implementation. We're going to do that during the week of Thanksgiving, so if anyone wants to take some additional time off, they can. We're also going to do that for the week between Christmas and New Year's. I've worked with our vendor to ensure that it doesn't cause any, fallback in our ability to complete the project on time. But I have every confidence that we're going to be going live on time. We'll get there.
Actually, I was being a little facetious because I know how these timelines are. You put them down, they look really good, but then you hit a bump and, you get delayed a little bit. But actually, it looks to me like it hasn't changed that much. So I was actually just being a little facetious on that question.
We're doing everything we can to stay on time.
And to see your reaction as well. But no, this is good. So is it looking like in current implementation and configuration that it's actually going to do what we expect it to do?
I would say mostly. I mean, we are encountering small issues. We're needing to work around those issues. Some things work just a little differently than what we're used to. And so we're needing to also consider and revise our processes.
Yeah.
I was in a meeting this morning about fire overtime, which is a very challenging, it doesn't sound like much, but our fire department, 24-hour staff, they just have some weird things that need to be done. And so we're needing to come up with ways to deal with them. I'm very confident that we will be able to do pretty much everything we need, but getting there does take some effort.
Yeah, thank you. I don't know if many of you know this, but Jeff has actually been the architect of most of the things that we actually have going here for the last 15, 20 years, something like that. He's actually been the one that's put all the Band-Aids and all the processes in place so that the systems we do have kept working. In fact, he's actually writing his own code and has been writing his own code for years. And so having this product put in place once it's done should eliminate him from having to tinker with everything every day. So anyway, thank you, Jeff.
Thank you, and I'll also
Thank you,
say
Madam Chair.
that it's not just me. There's a lot of people that help me.
I know. Thanks. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Commissioners, any other comments, questions? Thank you, Jeff, and keep up the good work. We appreciate you. You might have to work on me a little harder than the other commissioners, however.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other staff reports, Mr. Macias?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. We'll move forward to county elected officials' input. Dr. Oh, there we go. Good morning, Eric. It's our county treasurer. Do you have good news for us?
I think so. So our Madam Clerk gave me the opportunity to go first because she said she's going to be here a while. So just warning you guys. So, Madam Chair, members of the board, Eric Rodriguez, County Treasurer, as we get ready for our 2023 tax season, I want to bring to you some of the highlights that we're expecting in this tax cycle. Every year when we roll the tax rollover from the assessor's office to the county treasurer's office, you guys might be familiar with this graph here. I emailed it to you so you can see sort of the changes that have happened. Today, I'm just going to present it to you, and thanks to the IT department for getting this and putting it together right away for me. I just emailed it to them literally about a minute before I walked in. But I wanted to just show you visually what the difference in numbers are in comparison to the last few years, and I went ahead through in 2021 as well, just so you see the consistency of changes in the tax roll. So the net taxes of what we're expected to collect in the next, in this tax cycle is $171 million for the whole county. This will include all the taxing entities from the cities to the school districts to the debt services for the state, debt services for the bonds for the community colleges. There's a difference there from last year of about 10 million, and there's a difference there about from the year before that, about 10 million. So there's always been a consistent about 6% increase every year. That's attributed to partially to this, the value increases that the county has seen. If you look over here in this column in the actual values, that's always seen about a 6% increase as well. So that really is kind of what takes into account. However, we do add every year about 1,000 parcels. If you can see, our total parcel count here is 113,000, 114, and now 115,000. Parcel counts aren't necessarily just new homes coming up. That could be anything from adding a shed to the back of your yard, adding a pool, everything that's taxable. So the parcel count can range from new homes to just new personal property that's being added to the tax roll. Unfortunately, I don't have the specific number of how many new homes that have been built in the county, but that would be something that I could get from the county assessors and share with you. I think that would be an interesting statistic to see how many new dwellings we're taxing. So nevertheless, we can see an increase in property tax collections for this cycle of $10 million. But what does that mean for the county specifically? For the county, we will be expecting to receive about $52 million. I'm not including here the special assessments for flood, which is about $3 million. And I'm also not including the penalty and interest that the county collects, which you can expect anywhere from $200,000 to $300,000. In addition, in collections in general, I'm also not accounting for prior year taxes that haven't been collected. This is only for the 2023 tax cycle, which will be for the operational purposes, and we'll throw in the debt service there, $52 million. I do want to note, and I just got a text message about the total amount that was budgeted for this fiscal period. That was $51.7 million. So they came very close to budgeting exactly what the tax roll actually came out. We're going to see a little bit more money than the $51 million, but that's assuming that collections are effective. We normally collect about 96% of that in the first cycle, in the first year, and then in subsequent years, we'll collect the rest, and our collection rate is usually around 99%, so we can expect most of those revenues coming into the county. So other items that I want to highlight about what's going on in the county treasurer's office for this tax cycle is that we're in the process of sending our final print file to the printer this afternoon, so taxpayers can expect their tax bill this time next week. The official due date is November 10th, but taxpayers actually have until December 10th to pay. This year, we are announcing 2 new services. One of those services is convenience payment locations, where we actually set up a staff member at some of the locations throughout the county. We've been working with our partners, the municipalities, and some even one private company that will help us in organizing this and providing this assistance and service to our rural community members. So that will be in Chaparral, Anthony, Santa Teresa, and Hatch on the dates of Monday the 27th through Thursday, November 30th. We'll be advertising this in the tax bill to those specific taxpayers that live in those areas, that we will have the office come out and provide payment services and any other services on site. And so we thank Lake Section Water Company in Chaparral, the city of Anthony, who is allowing us to set up their crew of the utility, and of course the village of Hatch for allowing us the opportunity to serve their residents in the area during these days, so they don't have to drive to Las Cruces to take care of property tax business. And finally, which I'm super excited about, is we're finally getting our payment kiosk, our self-service payment kiosk. We're going to be setting that up here in the building, and so people will be able to make property tax payments through this self-service payment kiosk and actually receive a receipt that they could use as backup or for their records. This is really, the reason I'm excited about this is because I think this is really the first step for us leveraging technology to service people in the rural communities. My goal is to get these payment kiosks in where there are community centers or even at these locations such as the city halls, so that people will have access to our office potentially 24 hours a day. And so this is really a good test run for us to use this payment kiosk, and so I'm super stoked about that. Eventually, we could also consolidate all payment services for the county with these kiosks. So yeah, I look forward to seeing those here in the county building. It's going to be located where the ATM machine was at before. Madam Chair, that is all I have for you today, unless the board has any questions for me.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Commissioners, any questions, comments? Commissioner Reynolds?
All right.
Madam Chair, thank you. Mr. Rodriguez, have you, well, two things. If you go back to the previous slide, good. Okay. So I'm confused, and I don't think we've ever had this conversation. So we actually collect $171 million in property tax throughout the county, and but we only get $52 million. And where's the other $120 million go?
So that goes to our city of Las Cruces, people who live in the city of Las Cruces. Those are all the taxing entities. This is the whole tax roll, what we'll be collecting. So that will be part of our distributions to the city of Las Cruces, the village of Hatch. The city of Anthony now has a mill levy that they collect for operational purposes. School districts, actually the school districts are the ones that receive the bulk of this. It's first the county and then the school districts right behind them. Some of it does go to state debt service. And so, yeah, we have a breakdown of everywhere it goes to, but part of this 171, about 52 million, I'd say about 56 million will be going to the county.
I guess the reason I'm asking the question is because I'd like to have a little more detail on how it breaks down, but not for this meeting. So if we collect, let's say, the 120 million, so does the city get all that money, or do we get some of that money from the property tax from the cities, from the incorporated areas? So let's say that I pay $2,000 in tax, okay? And I live in the city. Well, does the county get any of that tax money from me?
Yes.
Okay, so we get a percentage and they get a percentage?
Yes, sir. And it depends on where you live. The county is divided into 3 school districts, Hatch, Las Cruces, and Gadsden. And each school district is its own area. And from there, you know, if you live in the rural area, then you don't pay city taxes. If you live in the city, then not only do you pay the school district, the state, county, now you also pay city. And if you live in a certain flood area, like let's say La Union watershed district, so now you pay, you know, the county, state, the school district, and La Union watershed, the special levy.
Okay.
And sorry to go off a little bit more into this, but we're starting to see, well, we have our first PID, and actually started last year, and this year will be the second year that we'll have a PID in the county of Doña County. So people that live within that PID district or that specific neighborhood will also see an additional tax on their specific tax bills. And for that particular PID, it's an additional $1,660 on top of their taxes for the PID.
Wow.
Yeah, and I could go on about PIDs. It's like, in you know, the added taxes and benefits, pros, cons, whatever. But though that is something that we're starting to see throughout the state. We had a PID presentation recently here at the county commission. You know, and so it's a way for developers to leverage the ability to get financing at a lower rate through the county government or municipality. And so that's starting to become more popular. And so people that live in certain districts will pay a little bit more money than people that pay in other areas. So it really depends on where you live. And my comment on PIDs is just make sure that people are aware that there is a PID where they're moving into, sort of like an HOA.
Thank you. Thank you for both of those comments. I guess that was my second question was going to be, have you had a chance to look at the one for Alta Vista that we're considering and to look at the financials of it to see if it's valid?
You know, no, I have not.
Okay.
I have not yet. But I did have my staff listen in on that because I figured that we will hopefully be part of that conversation so we could provide some data. But yeah, I mean, that is something that you'll start seeing more and more because of the high interest rates in this rate environment and the unfortunate limited housing that we have in our communities. So
yeah, thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you, Madam
Commissioner
Chair.
Reynolds. Commissioners, any other questions, comments? I have a question, Mr. Rodriguez. If we're looking at this slide regarding the penalties and fees, is there anything that is being done to remind people to pay their taxes so that they don't lose properties?
Oh, absolutely. So we have our official process of sending the official tax notices this cycle. We also send a courtesy notice in April for people that haven't completely finished paying off their property taxes. But before that, we do another mailer for those that are at risk of getting on that 3-year delinquency list. So they could pay before June. So we do that. In addition, my staff will usually shift gears from collecting payments to doing outbound phone calls to those people that are at risk of getting on the delinquency list. Now, I will provide some peace of mind of those that potentially end up on that delinquency list, in that it still goes to the state, and the state still goes through their collection cycle. It's not like once you end up on that list, immediately your house is going to be auctioned. There's still a whole process to go through. But you know, usually the properties that you see on an auction list are because people just, you know, failed to communicate with the state, failed to establish any payment plans. That there's just no communication, no responses, and that's usually the ones that you
Or
will see.
deceased?
I don't know if we've seen any of those, but potentially, yeah. But no, it goes through a whole process, and people do have, you know, their rights and the ability to protect their home from going into an actual public auction. I don't think I've ever seen an account go to public auction where they'd have to kick a whole family out of their home. You know, there's always channels to go through before it ever gets to that point, so.
Thank you. That's comforting for me.
Well, yeah,
Appreciate
no, that's certainly something that we wouldn't want to do, right, as government, so.
Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions, any other comments?
Madam-
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam
Yes,
Chair.
Commissioner Murillo.
I just wanted to give thank you to you and Marisol for attending at last night's meeting. and doing the
Absolutely.
presentation for our constituents, you know, so we get educated. Because I myself learned a lot last night.
Yes, and a little bit of background is the city of Anthony levied an operational mill last year. And so we went over yesterday to do a presentation on what those revenues look like for the city. For the last 10 years or 12 years, 13 years since the city was incorporated, it had never leveraged an operational mill levy. So the residents of the city of Anthony did not pay an Anthony city property tax, and now they do. And so that's something that we're trying to make sure that we inform and educate those residents. So thank you for having us, by the way. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Rodriguez. Appreciate your time. Dr. Askin?
Good morning, Chair Chaparro, Commission. Amanda Lopez-Askin, Doña County Clerk. I am here to follow Mr. Rodriguez, who I am honored to work with. For sure, he does an amazing job, he and his staff do, so thank you to him for all his work. I wanted to present actually one of my staff members today with a certificate of recognition. You all may recall that several months ago we started a competition basically to create an I voted sticker, and one of our very own, and we had a countywide participation. We're very pleased. We ended up voting. Again, we ended up going into 2 rounds. It was great. And one of our very own, Jacqueline Duran, who recently became a permanent employee of Doña County, I wanted to present her with this and recognize her efforts in supporting this, and we're hoping to make it a yearly endeavor, as well as we have given you each a little commemorative I voted sticker that hopefully you'll place prominently in your office or someplace. So you have your own that you actually use, because you actually did vote this year. But this is more of an honorary one, so please hang on to that. So if Jacqueline would come up, Jackie, otherwise known as Jackie, so I just want to give her a thank you for going all in, and we appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Jackie is one of the many hardworking staff members in the Doña County Clerk's Office. We are currently running an election, as you all know, and Election Day, just as a reminder, is November 7th. We do have our expanded sites. It expanded this Saturday. To be clear, Voting at the government center is Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. Very often I get frantic text messages on a Saturday saying, I'm at the government center, why aren't you open? The expanded sites are open Tuesday through Saturday, 11 to 7. So it is not the government center. Just keep that in mind. And head to dacelections.com to see our comprehensive list of our voting locations, not just currently, but also on election day. I also wanted to give credit to Mr. Herrera and his team for the HVAC, this whole endeavor that they took on, and it, for our office, went amazingly well. And I know there was a lot of details and a lot of hard work that was placed into that, and we appreciate the just the hard work and effort that they made that did not cause any disruption for us. So we appreciate that. I also always want to offer information. We generally do not respond to public comment. It is an opportunity for the public to give information and feedback about activities going on. But I did want to offer some clarification on connected to removing names from voter rolls. The Board of Registration is a statute-driven board that is responsible for meeting every odd-numbered year to remove individuals from our voting roll that have had returned mail. That is their sole endeavor is to, and goal is to be the oversight for us removing individuals who have had several cycles of return mail. And we appreciate their service. We appreciate Mr. Potts' service. We will be meeting again in an odd-numbered year. So we did meet this year. Voters are removed from our roll in several ways. Number one, if you move, we are part of ERIC, the electronic registration. It's a national program in which if somebody moves to Tennessee, we get an alert from them that they have moved, and we send them a notice. It is helpful to keep our voter rolls obviously clean for many reasons, but we also have a staff member every single day assigned that goes through obituaries, not just locally, but through El Paso to confirm those voters who, as well as use all other vital statistics that we receive from the state to remove voters from our rolls. We also have people who send in death certificates for individuals who have passed. We always appreciate that because we cannot remove somebody from our voter rolls just based on somebody calling and saying. That's just not the way it works. We actually follow federal law connected to removal of our voters, the 1994 Voter Registration Act, and we'll continue to follow that as all other counties do. We will mirror the actions of every single other county in New Mexico because we believe that a consistent system is better for our voters. I'm here to answer any questions if you have any, but I'm also encouraging everyone here to vote today. You're here, why not? Head down the hall, very friendly folks that will be happy to help you. So I stand for any questions if you do have any.
Commissioners, any comments, any questions? Dr. Askin, I just wanted to thank you. I went to go vote, and it took me precisely 3 minutes.
I love hearing
Much
that.
appreciated. It was very quick and very easy, so thank you and your staff.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you all.
Thank you. We will
Madam
now
Chair.
move.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Macias.
Forgive me for imposing, but we have under presentations and proclamations, we have a number of individuals that may be having to leave relatively soon. Can I impose upon the commission to perhaps bypass their comments till just a little bit later in the meeting? And if we could go to those items?
Proclamation? Yes, okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
As just a comment, I don't know that we should bypass. I mean, I understand what Mr. Macias is saying, but if that's all that's left is county commission input before we get into the actual, till we start getting into the minutes and actual agenda items, I don't understand why we just don't take a couple of minutes now to go through and do it, and then we're done and continue on with the agenda.
Again, I never know the length of time that certain things take, so every minute is kind of important here. I wouldn't have asked otherwise, but again, I don't make these comments to have any kind of conflict or any discomfort on the part of the commission.
Thank you,
I
Mr.
may have to make the request, but if that's not appropriate, then certainly we can continue.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. How many people are here for Diabetes Awareness Month? 2? Okay. All right, thank you, commissioners. We will move forward on to commission input. Hearing none, we will now move on to Vote, agenda item number 1, regular minute meetings for October 10th, 2023. May I please have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Murillo, a second by Commissioner Reynolds. Commissioners, any changes?
Nope.
Hearing none, may I please have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Murillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez,
Yes.
Chair Chaparro.
Yes, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. We will now move forward to presentations and proclamations. Agenda item number 2, proclaim November as Diabetes Awareness Month in Doña County. Commissioner Sanchez.
Thank you. I'll make a motion to approve this proclamation.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Sanchez, a second by Commissioner Murillo. And
Thank you.
please move forward, Commissioner Sanchez. Thank you.
I thank you for the commission. I know this is one of the proclamations we look at annually every year. And I wanted to just point out, if people ever ask, why do we celebrate Diabetes Awareness Month in November? It was in November of 1921, so 102 years ago, Dr. Frederick Banting helped to invent insulin. And I know we had public input with a comment that was making that science does not help enlighten or provide wisdom to us as people, but I will counter by saying the invention of insulin has saved so many lives, especially that of my daughter. Currently, there are about 10% of the state of New Mexico has diabetes, whether it's type 1 or type 2, 10%. And if you go on a little bit more, you're gonna have and see at least another, and just for numbers, 200,000 people out of a state of 2 million have diabetes, with another 50 to 60 that are believed to be pre-diabetic, if my numbers are correct. So diabetes is a huge issue in our communities. And if it's not, we look at, really, if it wasn't for the work of the different organizations, groups, and even leaders in here at the state of New Mexico and locally, a lot of people wouldn't be able to have the services they have, to limit the cost of insulin and their medications. And so I'm thankful for them all. And so today, we're joined by the Southern New Mexico Diabetes Outreach, who works on really around the identification and education of diabetes, which is probably two of the biggest pieces of diabetes. Because if you don't know that you're pre-diabetic, and that's, with type 2, or if you have new people, family members that are just diagnosed as type 1, and you're trying to figure out how to navigate the system and how to navigate the illness or the disability, this is a type of group that is so instrumental. I know this morning we're joined by the executive director of the Southern New Mexico Diabetes Outreach, Selena Gomez, and Alyssa Favela, who's their screening and media director. I'm sorry, is that the diabetes? Did I get that right? Yeah. Okay. And so I wanted to also just share just a quick synopsis, because I know this is something that former Commissioner Ramon Gonzalez and I would occasionally talk about. His daughter was also diabetic. And to hear his side of being a parent and supporting a child with diabetes and the struggles he went through, and seeing, kind of just sharing stories of what was it like along the way. What did you experience? And as a parent of a type 1 child, it makes you feel like you're not alone. And every day, it never ends for people with type 1 diabetes. I just happen here to get these alarms because of technology on my phone. And it says, in this case, this is how we help keep track of my daughter and make sure she's safe. And at the moment, she's low. her glucose is low. And so we get these between my wife and I. And so this is a struggle every day that we have, that my daughter deals with, that people with diabetes deal with, whether you're, and so I just wanted to point that out. And just to say, you know, we're 5 years into this journey with my daughter. And now, I mean, she's thriving as an AB student, as an athlete in her middle school. And then this summer, we're really proud of the fact that she was an advocate for the Junior Diabetes Research Fund, going to Washington, D.C. and advocating to her members of Congress for additional funding. So just wanted to say diabetes affects so many of us in the community, whether it's directly or indirectly. And so I'm thankful again to all those in the community that have helped, that do the work to help educate, from the Southern New Mexico Diabetes Outreach, the promotoras here at the county. And I will make a small note that I talked about access to, you know, the work that's been done through our legislators or through the legislature to help limit the cost of medicines for insulin and so on. But I'd like to just take one, I'll close with this. I want to leave you with this, is that I have a good job and I have good insurance. So I can go and I can get my medicines that I need for my daughter. I have the ability to travel because we have to travel to El Paso. Some have to travel to Alamogordo, Albuquerque, even to Tucson to get medical care. And so I hope as we move forward, and I would even challenge my commissioners that maybe as we continue to look at a strategic plan for this county, that we should continue to look at how do we bring specialty doctors and medicine to Las Cruces, because whether we hear today, right now, diabetes, we hear cancer, we hear so many of these illnesses that people have to travel for or ask for assistance for. How do we implement that in our plan going forward? So, but well, I'll finish with that. Madam Chair, I'd like to, if you don't mind, I'd like to ask Mr. Macias to read the proclamation.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. Mr. Macias.
Thank you. Whereas we highlight Diabetes Awareness Month to increase awareness about the importance of preventing and managing diabetes, a disease that happens when blood glucose or sugar level is higher than the normal because of defects in insulin production, insulin action, or both. And whereas according to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, diabetes affects more than 37 million Americans and over 201,000 New Mexicans. Diabetes leads to serious complications, including heart disease, kidney failure, blindness, and lower limb amputations. And whereas New Mexico is home to 53,000 people who have diabetes but do not know it, which greatly increases their health risk. An additional 587,000 New Mexicans have pre-diabetes, which means their blood glucose level is higher than normal, but not yet high enough to be diagnosed with diabetes. Each year, an estimated 4,600 people are diagnosed with diabetes, and whereas Doña County Health and Human Services facilitates classes that promote strategies for diabetes prevention and management, along with tips for healthy nutrition throughout the year. And whereas the Southern New Mexico Diabetes Outreach Organization also offers classes to help us learn about diabetes self-management for adults and youth. The group also hosts support groups and screening programs year-round. And whereas we encourage residents to join in activities that raise awareness about the causes, symptoms, and treatments of diabetes, let us work together to support those living with diabetes and strive to create a healthier and more informed society. Now, therefore, the Doña County Board of Commissioners does hereby proclaim the month of November as Diabetes Awareness Month. Madam Chair, a proclamation for the consideration of the board.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. Commissioners, any other comments, questions? Commissioner Reynolds?
And sorry, Madam Chair, real quick, and while Commissioner Reynolds is talking, would be able to have, I wanted to invite Ms. Favela and Ms. Gomez up.
Madam Chair.
Good morning, Commissioners. First of all, I'd like to thank you all for considering proclaiming November as Diabetes Awareness Month. I wanted to speak a little bit more about what our organization does at Southern New Mexico Diabetes Outreach. The Southern New Mexico Diabetes Outreach is a nonprofit 501c3 organization in Las Cruces, New Mexico. Our mission is to serve Southern New Mexico by providing access to diabetes detection, prevention, education, support, and health resources. Our organization offers many valuable programs of diabetes education classes, health and wellness screenings, and 2 support groups for type 2 adults, type 1 youth, and their families. With our primary goal being diabetes prevention, at Southern New Mexico Diabetes Outreach, we believe every person should have an equal opportunity to access diabetes detection services, proper education, and support on diabetes care and management, regardless of health insurance coverage or ability to pay. Our services are offered at no cost to patients. There are not many resources or healthcare providers for diabetes in our area, like Commissioner Sanchez mentioned. We are currently facing a physician shortage in New Mexico, and we do not have enough doctors for the amount of diabetes patients in our area. Our organization provides a great need to the community and aims to improve the lives and well-being of all diabetes patients, with many who are indigent and low income. SNMDO will continue to serve the widening impact of diabetes in our community through outreach, advocacy, awareness, testing, health education, and promotion. And currently, 12.3% of the population in Mexico have diabetes, while an additional 53,000 people have not yet been diagnosed. So aside from bringing awareness to diabetes in November, it's also a chance for us to reduce or end stigma. We serve about 40 type 1 children every year here locally in Doña County, and majority of them are struggling with issues within the school district, within the community of the stigma on diabetes care and excluding them from extracurricular activities. So I really want to thank you all to making this proclamation happen for Doña County, as well as I encourage you all to wear blue on November 14th. It is Diabetes Awareness Day on November 14th. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to remain at the podium? Would you like to say anything?
Yes, hello, good morning, I'm Melissa. I would just like to say it is through the community and the community work together that we can uplift the disadvantaged within our community, which is so often burdened by health costs, which is why it's vital that we offer support, such as support programs, preventative testing. We have offered, just this year as of September, over 2,943 A1C tests, which are vital in acknowledging prediabetes and high glucose levels, which are so important for management and lifestyle, which can prevent complications and even amputations. So I would like to thank the community and the power of community-based healthcare initiatives like SNMDO, which make such a positive impact on individuals' lives within Doña Ana and Las Cruces.
Thank you. Commissioner Reynolds?
My last name is Alyssa Favela. Thank you.
Valdera, thank you. And if you remain at the podium, please, for the presentation. Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think, Selena, we've seen each other several times because I actually go to the 8th floor to get my A1C checked on a regular basis. Diabetes, I want everybody to know that if you don't know this, diabetes is manageable from type 1, type 2, and I was first diagnosed with diabetes, pre-diabetic, in my early 40s, and I changed my lifestyle. And just this week, this last month, I lost both my sister and my favorite cousin to diabetes. As a matter of fact, I'm leaving Saturday to go to a wake for my cousin who passed away this week. And what's interesting about it is they had a choice, and they didn't choose the right thing. Diabetes is a choice. I know it's hereditary, and I know it runs in my family, but at some point in time, if you actually get the test, the A1C especially, to tell you what your over 3-month period of time is of being possibly diabetic, you have a great indication of what kind of lifestyle changes you need to make. When I was first told that I was pre-diabetic, I asked my doctor, I said, how do I not get on metformin? He said, lose 30 pounds. I lost 35 pounds within 6 months. I've kept it off until just recently. I've been at the same weight for now almost 20 years because of that. However, just recently, I'm seeing a little bit more of another spike in my A1C. So I've lost another 10, 12 pounds in the last, since Christmas. And I'm going to continue to lose weight. You can manage it with diet, you can manage it with exercise, you can manage it with weight. However, when I lose, and I told you about my sister and my cousin in the last month, but I've also lost 4 other members to diabetes in the last year. And and every time they had some choices they could make, lifestyle choices they could make to make a difference. Without the services of Southern New Mexico Diabetes Organization, you may not find out that you are pre-diabetic or even diabetic. But I encourage you to go to their facility and get this free test of your A1C and your sugar as often as you feel like it's necessary, because knowledge is power in this situation with diabetes. And just like Commissioner Sanchez said, having this application on his phone so he can see what's going on with his daughter is saving her life and giving her a quality of life that she can thrive with. So I don't like telling my personal stories, but in this situation, this is one of those where everyone needs to stop and take time to look at their own. When I was in my 30s, I realized I was going to be a grandfather. I was a grandfather at 37. And I thought to myself, how important were my grandparents to me? And they were very important. So what I decided to do is to change my lifestyle so I could be there for the wedding of my grandson, the wedding of my granddaughter. And now I have great-grandchildren, and I'm probably going to make it to my granddaughter's wedding. But I made that choice in my 30s, my early 40s. And it's hard. It's not easy. But these ladies here are performing a service that is so critical to the future of our families and our children, and raising everyone wants to have our children be a part of their culture. You've got to be there to do that. So this is so important. Anyway, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get that emotional, but this is real important, and please, I totally support you guys. You know I do. And when I get my tests, I'm going to testify on something. When I get my tests, I always pay for them, and I pay enough to at least get another 4 or 5 people their tests as well, just because I can and because I know how important it is. So thank you for the service you provide. And I know that I want to tell you that they didn't say this, but they do these clinics all over the county. They do the training all over the county and all the facilities and community centers, and they do it for free. And it's really important, and thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Reynolds. Thank you. Are we ready to take a photograph? And then I've been asked for thank you. And I've been asked for a break shortly after that. May I have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Murillo? Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes.
Chair Chaparro?
Yes, vote carries unanimously, 4-0. Commissioner Murillo stepped out momentarily.
Might as well just do it with the seal. Said you might as well just do it. Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be taking a 10-minute break. The time is 10:44. We shall return at 10:54. Thank you. We are now moving forward to agenda item number 3, Doña Community College General Obligation Bond. And this is simply a presentation, is it not, Dr. Torres? Good morning.
Good morning.
It's so good to see you.
It is good to see you. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the commission. So happy to be here and really thankful to hear all the things that are happening in the county, and really grateful for the few minutes that you've given us to talk about the bond election. I want to start by reminding folks that we actually have 6 DACC locations from the center of the county south, through one in Chaparral, one outside of Anthony, and one in Sunland Park, and then three in Las Cruces. I would say that in the last few years, we've started to talk very specifically about what we do in the county as having a commitment to members of people in the communities we serve, a commitment that's not only about accessing the services and resources at the community college, but actually being able to benefit from them. I will be joined soon by one of our students. She's the Student Government Association president, and she will actually close our presentation. I believe I'm running this, correct? There we go. One of the things we talk about the college is, why are we doing this? Like, what is it? I'm very blessed to work with just incredible employees at DACC. And they all care about individual people, and they love teaching, or they love serving students, and that's why they do that. But I also ask them to think about what's the broader picture that we're trying to impact. And if you look at these data, this shows the poverty rate. There's also a companion image that we sometimes show that's the median wage in Doña County. And if you take a look at this, what you'll see is that in New Mexico, our poverty rate is higher than in the United States. If you look at Doña County, it's higher than the state of New Mexico. And then if you look at in the more rural parts of the county, it's even higher than that. And so one of the reasons that we do the work we do is, how do we create opportunities where individuals can come and change their lives, right? They make a decision to come to school. They make a decision to change their lives. And we know if they change their lives, they change their lives of the families. And one of the things that we'll also turn our attention to is they not only change their lives and their families' lives, they make an impact in the workforce, they make an impact on the local economy. We know that people who have college education also tend to be more involved in their communities, both their neighborhoods and in supporting public officials or actually running for office themselves. And so that's why we do it, right? We want to live in a particular kind of community that's vital and robust, and that's the work we do to help folks change their lives in order to contribute to the community. One of the things that we do every 4 years is we do an economic impact study. And while our numbers were lower than they typically are, we chose to do the study. We knew that we were going to be impacted by COVID. Nonetheless, when you actually take a look at the economic impact study results, you see that Doña Community College contributes to the local economy. 1 out of every 19 jobs is connected to the college, for a total of over 5,000 jobs. When you look at the kind of money that we put into the economy, the employees that we work with as a part of kind of our daily operations, we're adding millions of dollars to the local economy. We have had for 30 years now a regular master planning process and a regular bond cycle. So there's never a new taxes, and we want to let people know that. One of the things that I'm very proud about DACC is that we actually have very thoughtful leadership in terms of our capital planning project. So I want to talk about, we have 5 projects. This ask of the GO bond is a $16 million ask over a period of 4 years. It's also important to know that we use these dollars to leverage an additional $8 million state dollars whenever we go forward with these projects. We have 5 projects. One of them is special for our areas that we typically fund out of a bond, but I want to talk about the first one, and that's an upgrade to our Sunland Park location. Sunland Park, we're a very efficient college. In fact, we are the most efficient user of space in the state of New Mexico for community colleges, and our most efficient space is our Sunland Park campus. But efficiency is putting a bright face on it. The other way to think about it, it's also the most crowded space. And so we simply need to do a little bit of work at our Sunland Park campus to create additional capacity there. One of the areas that we're looking to increase capacity is basically a science lab. That'll be one of the space. And then we'll also get rid of the portables that are there and then add an additional classroom. That's kind of the big capital project that we see. But there are 4 other areas that we really look to improve. One of them is safety and security upgrades, so we'll put a portion of the dollars to that. In addition to that, we always look to increase make sure that our infrastructure is set. DACC is 50 years old this year. You will see we will start putting a lot of information out about our 50th anniversary. One of the things, we're in good shape in terms of our projects. We just do a good job taking care of our physical resources, and part of the way we do it is by funding infrastructure improvements every bond cycle. In addition to that, you'll see the next 2 are classroom upgrades and information technology. We all know that COVID changed us. COVID changed higher education in some very, very fundamental ways. We used to offer 80% of our classes were face-to-face and 20% were online. In COVID, that of course completely flipped. We're now at about 65% of our classes, maybe 60% of our classes are online and 40% face-to-face. What we're seeing for the first time this year, since we returned to campus, is a fog has lifted, and we're starting to see more students return to classes at all of our locations. But part of what we have to do in both classroom upgrades and IT is make sure that we can offer quality instruction online and use IT resources. At the same time, we want to make sure that our classrooms are classrooms that are tech-enabled and that support collaboration. What instruction looks like in higher ed is simply different than the classrooms that we all grew up with. And so that's where a portion of this investment will go. And again, we'll use these dollars to leverage state dollars. So we're asking people to vote and to get out and encourage others to vote. As you know, early voting has already started. And I'm very proud to say that DACC has 3 sites that are early voting sites because we want to contribute to our community in a whole variety of ways, not just educating our employees. I mean, educating the people in our community. You can hear from me all you need to. Oh, there she is. You can hear from me, and people unfortunately hear from me a lot. But really, the voice to pay attention to, from my perspective, are the student voices. And so with me today is Crystal Quintero, who's the Student Government Association president for DACC.
Good morning, welcome.
Good morning. I wrote a little speech. My name is Crystal Quintero. I'm a
Crystal
student.
Quintero? Thank you.
I'm a student at Doña Community College. I'm honored to have been elected president to the Student Government Association for the 2023-2024 school year. I'm currently majoring in digital graphic design. I will be obtaining my associate's degree May of 2024. Like many students at DACC, I'm non-traditional. And I'm not just a student, I'm a mom. I'm also an entrepreneur. I have a lot of hopes and dreams. So when I chose to attend DACC, it was because it was a supportive community where I was able to pursue my dreams. It's a place where hopes and dreams will be nurtured and developed. DACC is a place where students can grow personally and academically. I'm so nervous. It's important that the college continues to offer these opportunities, not just to students like me, but to other students in all corners of Doña Community College in southern New Mexico. DACC can provide these opportunities.
You're doing great.
Yeah, I know. As president of the student government, I represent all the students at DACC. With the proposed bond, will play a crucial role in enhancing the facilities for all locations. I know that the staff at DACC, they strive to provide like the best things for us. As a student myself, I've evolved, I've grown, and with the facilities being changed and coming from COVID, it's just been amazing for us. So,
Thank you. Thank you for those wonderful words.
Yes.
Appreciate you very, very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. We really appreciate your ongoing support of the community college and the work we do.
Commissioners, any comments, any questions? Commissioner Sanchez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make one comment, which is, Dr. Torres, I know you've done an amazing job, but we've seen, the campus in Sunland Park, all the different programs that you've been doing with Union Pacific, and so many other partners in the community. I want to say, give you kudos because it takes a lot of work, but I think it's DACC and the work that you all have done has been it plays a critical part in what we do in the county, in growing, and so much, especially it just gives us so many more options to be able to educate, to train, to just the opportunities that DACC provides to residents here. Like I said, you can't understate the impact and the importance of DACC. So thank you so much for all that you and your team have done with DACC and continue to do. So
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. Commissioners, any other comments, questions? I have a comment. Dr. Torres and I have known each other since we were 13, and we played basketball, volleyball, softball, cross country, every sport
right.
imaginable. And Dr. Torres, Moni, I just want to let you know how proud I am.
Thank you, Susie.
You are amazing. And thank you for everything you do for our youth. It's so important, and it shows.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
And I appreciate your work.
By the way, Dr. Torres was a much better basketball player than I was. We will now move on to agenda item number 4, Doña County Anthony Collection Station / Transfer Station Preliminary Evaluation Report. Good morning, Mr. Parker.
Good morning, Commissioners. Just want to say that I've been doing work here in Doña County since 1990. I actually went and looked at all those old landfills that you guys own now. So for 33 years, 33 years I've been providing consulting services to the county. I'm a registered professional engineer with 35 years experience. So I'm going to talk about the preliminary evaluation of the Anthony Transfer Station. So the agenda, I'll be talking about the project background, some of the field work that's been performed at the site from the late 80s. And we did a small field investigation in July. Talk a little bit about some concepts for the proposed site. Look at, discuss the conceptual cost estimates and potential implementation schedule. And also highlight some of the risks and opportunities. So the Anthony landfill began operations in 1963. It started with a 10-acre parcel of BLM. Two additional 10-acre parcels were added over the subsequent years. The waste was disposed in unlined trenches. The landfill also took septic waste, which were disposed in unlined pits. It was closed in 1990 by installing an 18-inch soil cover, and that's when the Anthony Collection Center opened. Here's a site location map where the Anthony Collection Station is in relation to I-25, and I believe it's 440, the road 440. 404. You can see the outline of the old collection station in red. That parcel to the north is actually an undisturbed piece of land that is also owned by BLM. So in 1989, the New Mexico Environment Department commissioned ICF Kaiser to do a study at the site. They took soil samples, they took landfill gas samples, they analyzed it in the well. They attempted to install a groundwater monitoring well at the site. They got to about 140 feet. They didn't hit groundwater. And then based on that study, they classified the site as a Class 2 site from based on the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency's classifications. In July of 2023, SCS performed 24 shallow test pits. The purpose of that was to identify the edge of the solid waste boundary, to really classify what we tried to classify the edge of the limits of solid waste. A lot of these old landfills, there's a lot of information that are not known. We actually worked with some of the old timers that worked there, where they gave us also information on what location of certain pits and areas of that. In that investigation, it's interesting, the area that we thought was sort of clean had a small little 2 or 3 inch layer of, it almost looked like roofing tile or concrete tile, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We also identified some substantial areas where the solid waste was deposited in the past. And then we identified potential areas for the site. So that purple boundary is where the historic landfill was. We focused our investigation on that. See that little green area in the middle of the site? That's the area that we found those small layers of solid waste. And then that orangish area is where we identified deeper layers of municipal solid waste. So as part of our investigation, we looked at the tonnage, projected tonnage maybe that could be hauled to the site. We designed the facility, did a conceptual high-level layout, and the facility, just picture a 150-foot building, enclosed, not enclosed, but with a canopy, and then 3-sided. One side would be open. It would have a concrete floor where the customers would unload their waste, and then that waste would then be pushed into a transfer trailer, and that material would then be hauled to a Subtitle D landfill. It would also include scale house and scales to weigh the incoming material. And as part of our study, when you build on or near an old landfill, you have to mitigate potential landfill gas migration by installing a vapor intrusion mitigation system. We estimated that, depending on the site, that the scale house only would require that system. And as part of the project too, it would be road improvements and utilities, et cetera, et cetera. So here's just a real basic concept of the transfer station, 150-foot building. They're about 30 to 40 feet high. And then it would include what we call a loadout port. So that's where the material gets loaded into the transfer facility and then hauled to the landfill. So we looked at 2 options at the potential site. One is what we refer to the north option, which is an undisturbed piece of land. It's approximately 13 acres in size, so it has adequate space or land available for the facility. We did a general layout. We used the existing access road to access the site off of Highway 404. Has a scale house, a scale. You can see the transfer building, areas for parking. And if you do pursue this option, we would also add like recycling drop-off areas, areas where you can remove waste, like green waste or white goods, et cetera, et cetera. So the south option included the area where there was those thin layers of material, 2 to 3 inches thick, has about 9 acres of land available. This option would require additional field investigations. So it would be additional subsurface investigations or what we call ground penetrating radar, which is, it'll identify exactly where these old unlined pits are. This option potentially could have increased costs due to additional foundation requirements. And then this option, as you can see, also requires a longer access road. So here's a proposed layout for the south option. We avoided most of the thin layers of material, but that southern portion, we'd have to just look at additional investigations for that. We moved the scale a little bit farther to the east on this option. So as part of our study, we did a high-level cost estimate to develop the facility, which includes the earthworks, utilities, the actual pre-engineered metal building, concrete, the scale, and the scale house. We estimated, approximately about $4 million. We then added the sales tax. We added a 30% contingency. The escalation is, if we build the station in 2 to 3 years, what we would estimate the increase in cost would be for that. It would also include permitting and environmental clearances, and then the engineering and construction oversight. Part of our evaluation, we did a very, very high-level look at maybe potential costs to run the facility based on what the incoming revenue would be. We looked at 3 alternative disposal costs. One is $50 a ton, one is $35 a ton, and then we used a $25 a ton disposal fee. If the county decided to pursue this option, you would negotiate what I call a high volume rate with the available landfills in the area. And as you can see, the potential income could range from anywhere from 400 to like 1.5 million. Part of implementing a transfer station to Mexico, there's 2 options. One is what we call a registration process, which could take 3 to 6 months. And then the other one is what we call a full large-scale transfer station, and the minimum time to get that approval is 18 to 24 months based on our experience. With that, you could develop a facility within, let's say, 3 to 5 years based on what option if the county decided to go down this route. And then potential risks associated with this site is that old landfill and landfill gas migration, but can be mitigated through engineering controls, potential settlement if you had to build over that old landfill, and then obviously the long-term environmental liability that would be associated with building a facility on the older part of the landfill. Opportunities, there is potential net income, for the county if the county decided to pursue that option. And then also we looked at, there's federal money available for solar projects. So you could take part of that old part of the landfill and develop a solar array, which would potentially provide revenue to the county. There are investment tax credits available through the federal government for that. And I think the other opportunity too is if you decided to develop a station there that you could provide some beneficial reuse or like the solar array for that site. So with that, that was trying to do fairly quick, but if you have any questions, I'd be entertain any questions you have at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. Commissioners, comments, questions? Commissioner Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Parker, what is the current tonnage that we get at the existing site? Do you know?
The current tonnage, I was involved in a study 5 years ago where we looked at the potential tonnage. So we estimated 5 years ago that if you draw a 15-mile radius of that site, you would get about 40 to 45,000 tons per year of material.
And saying, with a 50-mile radius, would that not start to peel business away from businesses or anybody that utilizes the Chaparral transfer station?
I'd have to look at the map, but we didn't include that as part of our study. I don't believe that 50-mile radius. So.
Okay. The pricing that you included a couple of slides back, that is, like you said, that's just a estimate on the believed, or at least what you believe we might be able to get it with a high volume discount.
Potentially, yes.
But right now, so this doesn't take into account what the existing tipping fees are for the first alternative, which is the Camion Real landfill, which I think is well over $60. I think it's over $60.
Correct.
And the Corralitos landfill is over $50.
Correct.
So if we were to just take what we have now, the potential net income would be potentially 400, and just using those two options, 420,000, or, you know, under $300,000 if we were to use the existing rates.
That's correct.
Okay. Where, I guess when I look at alternative 3, where would we anticipate getting that kind of rate?
That would be, if the county decided to pursue this, one of the things that I would recommend is that you put an RFP out for tonnage of, and you state that we're gonna provide X amount of tons per year. And you allow the landfills in the area to submit a proposal, and you could potentially get some of those rates. Maybe, it may not be $25 a ton, but maybe it's $30 a ton or something like that. But the gate rate that the, both landfills advertise, that's, if you're a citizen or whatever, and you show up to the facility, that's the rate you pay. It's called a gate rate.
Yeah, okay. Where, do you have a breakout, and I know I didn't see it in, and maybe I missed it in the agenda packet, but a breakdown of the operational costs, and then as well as the disposal costs. So I know the disposal fees are going to be taken into account for the disposal costs, but I'm kind of curious if fuel, operation, you know, I guess what are the different costs that are come up with? Because I look at 420,000 on operation costs. Is that just manpower? Is that the actual cost for power, for gas, whatever it may be to run the facility, maintenance? And then the same thing with the disposal cost. Is it, do we, you know, if you're looking at Corralitos versus Camino Real, you're talking different distances. So we'll need more fuel, possibly more trucks, depending if, you know, at 42,000 tons, if that's what we're anticipating, that's a lot that we're going to have to be moving. So I think logistically, I'd love to be able to get more information and understand how that estimate was developed, because I didn't see it in the materials.
Yeah, Commissioner Sanchez, so the question is, like, as far as if you see the operation cost of 420,000, we used like a standard rate in the industry, and that would just be to operate the facility. So it would be labor, equipment, lights, fuel, all of that, just to operate the facility. The hauling cost is when you pick up that material from the facility and haul it to the landfill. So for alternative 1, we looked at hauling that to the Camino Real landfill, which is about a 30 to 35 minute one-way haul. Okay, option 2 used the Corralitos landfill, which is about a 50 to 55 minute one-way haul. So we applied typical costs, hauling costs for that. So if you look at alternatives 1, 2, and 3, both of them, both 1 and 3 assumed a hauling to the Corralitos landfill, and alternative 2 would be hauling it, I'm sorry, wrong. Alternative 1 and 3 to the Camino Real landfill, alternative 2 would be hauled to the Corralitos landfill.
Okay. And I think, at least for now, the last question, and I'll turn it back to the chair, is there, you talked about, I think on the last page, you talk about the potential opportunities for the site, and you talk about to mitigate the old landfill and brownfield development. Is there any requirement that the county has to mitigate the landfill site as it is?
My understanding right now, there's no requirement for the county to mitigate that site.
What would be, I guess, what would happen to cause us to have to mitigate that site? Is it just the exposure, if we start to expose or disturb?
I think what we were looking at was when we say mitigate the old landfill, you could provide some beneficial areas so that property to the west, you could potentially do a solar facility. So that when I say mitigate the site, that's what we really referred to.
Okay, and I guess, you know, one of my concerns is that, as you mentioned, the history of this the landfill there at Anthony, is that we're going to be taking on significant risks. And I know you know to hear in the risk, but I think the concerns that I have with the liability and then the potential that if we have to do the mitigation of, remediate the land, do any of that, I mean, it can throw the costs way up for this project. And so I guess where I'm going or concerned with is if there's no need for us to mitigate or to remediate or do any of that, is this the right decision for the county to go in? Now, I don't know if I'm allowed to ask this, but I'm curious to understand, and this wouldn't be for you, but I guess probably for Commissioner Murillo in her role as Anthony Mayor, is what's the status of the study that the city of Anthony has been doing for the transfer station on Stern and M404?
They did a presentation for the study, but the one that has all the information is the city manager on that study. But it was done, a presentation before the city council.
Okay.
And for right now, I'm not very sure what has been done, if it's going to move forward or not. I don't know.
Thank you, Commissioner Murillo. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. Commissioners, any other comments, questions? Oh, Vice Chair? Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
So just following up, if you can go back to the slide with the dumping prices and the breakdown for the three. Yeah. So with this estimated potential net income, this does not include any current work, or do we have a breakdown of like how long it would take to pay ourselves back if we have to start remitigating this area once we start touching it, or anything of like potentially how much that will cost?
Commissioner, we did not go into that detail, no.
So technically, if we have to start doing that, these potential net incomes are just gonna go down even further.
Commissioner, potentially, yes.
Okay. And to get that kind of information, what else do we have to do to start finding out, costs for stuff like that as well? As Commissioner Sanchez says, I think that's a real concern out there, especially since it's so close to DACC and all that great stuff out there. So what would the next step be to figure out those prices?
Commissioner, I think the county would have to do a little bit more detail on working with BLM and what they would require to transfer the land. I think that would be the first step, is what would they require for the county to pursue if they were going to transfer the land over. That would be my opinion.
Thank you, Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez. Commissioner Reynolds, any other questions?
I have a couple of thoughts. Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate you asking. I can tell you what BLM would require to be a NEPA study of the land before they would transfer it to anybody. That's actually required by federal law. So that takes about 2 to 5 years and about $500,000 to do that. So if we're planning to use any BLM land for this project, I mean, that's going to require more investment and time. So 3 to 5 years is unrealistic, because we've been trying to deal with VLM to get the land down at the down to Jetport it's taken us 5 years to do it. I did have one other comment for the board, and that is that we actually chose to shut down our liquid waste facilities a couple of years ago as a board, and we turned those over. Well, we actually stopped doing it, shut those down because of the risk and the cost, and now the only place you can take liquid waste like sewer is Johnny Septic is one that has that land. So we chose to get out of it then because of the extra costs and things. And I don't see, I'm with Commissioner Sanchez, I don't see a reason for us to pursue this for the limited amount of profit we're going to have when there are other options to the citizens. Now, I haven't been totally up to date on this or brought up to date yet, but I think it's very sketchy as to whether we should even pursue this at this point. If you can bring back some justification, support from our current solid waste people that endorse this and say this is absolutely the way the county needs to go, I think we should maybe consider it at that point. But unless everybody's in the boat from our current facilities, I think we should get some feedback from them and see what they say first. Because I just don't see there's enough profit in there for the risk. If the mitigation, the cost, $400,000 a year, $300,000 a year, you know, or even our payback, you're looking at, we put $7 million in it, $400,000 a year, we're going to get back. You're still looking at, what is that, 4, 5, 6, that's 14 years return on our investment. That's not a good return on money. So we'd have to actually step up to a higher level, which will cost us more. Right now, I'm with Commissioner Sanchez and saying that the financial numbers that you're showing us right now do not justify us pursuing this again at this time. That's just my feeling about it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Commissioners, other questions, other comments?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Sanchez.
I'll just add, I agree. I guess, unless there's something that's missing here, I think I'm concerned with how, or at least the estimate, because I just don't know how we get to the 42,000. And I understand, like I said, I don't know. Like I said, I haven't seen it, and this is not my expertise, so I'll have to rely on that. But even if it is, I think the numbers here for the amount of investment we have to put in, it's not worth us continuing at all. I think this is what's concerning, is that I felt like this project I thought we weren't moving on this project until talking with the county manager. But the concern is that the county manager took this on his own without the directive of the board and continued with this study. And I don't want to continue to put money in unless the board gives him direction to do that. So I want to make sure that we as a board make a decision. Do we want to go further down this road? I know it's not a vote, but I would ask that we give the county manager direction on where we're going to go. And I think my suggestion is that based off of this, unless there's something that's going to come up that somehow, I don't want to say magically, but something that's missed here big, I don't believe that this is something we need to pursue. I think if we're looking at this for a significant source of income, this is not it.
No.
And so I just, like I said, I think as Madam Chair, I believe we should give the county manager direction on where we go, because I want to make sure that either we're going to give direction that we're going to continue to put money into this study, or we're done and we move on to other things.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. And I have a comment. First of all, this is just a presentation. We're not requesting a vote on anything. And I look forward to the time on November 13th. This will be ripe for discussion at that time. And our strategic planning is going to take us many hours. And I think this is one of the things that we can talk about at that time, since this is just merely a presentation. Sorry, I was going to say Commissioner Shelter Hernandez, but he didn't raise his hand. Mr. Macias did. Mr. Macias.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm in full agreement with Commissioner Sanchez that some direction should be given in terms of how we go forward. But I would like to have just a few minutes to basically go through the history of why we're here and what we've been looking at, because I'm not clear that all of the information is before the board. So 6 years ago, when I first arrived, there was clear discussions that were occurring in terms of where we were going to develop transfer stations, where the county, working with South Central Solid Waste, was going to develop transfer stations. One of them was in Anthony, and basically this is the area that we were looking at, and the East Mesa. So from the very beginning, it was my understanding that that's the direction that we were going in, that that's what we were looking at, that we needed additional detail. The only reason this didn't come to you 3 years ago, literally 3 years ago, is because of all of the construction on 404. In a discussion that we had here at the county, the decision was made, and I have all of the emails that support it. We made a decision that we would wait on this project until 404 was completed. And I think that some of you recall all of the lines on the interstate trying to access 404. But that project is almost completed at this point. So the discussions, and I think that what's maybe not clear, if we can go back to the map, I think the concern was, how are you going to build a facility? How are you going to build a facility on basically the old landfill portion of it? I don't think what was discussed is that you have 13 acres of untouched property right adjacent to 404. More than enough untouched space to be able to develop, either start with a convenience station, which would lower the costs like we did in Chaparral, or just go forward with a transfer station. I don't think that there's any question that we have more than sufficient space to basically be able to develop the facility. So in the discussions with BLM, because BLM for years now, because we haven't even had a lease agreement on this property since 2012, but we have continued to use it. They have been asking the county to take ownership of this property because they don't want it. So in discussions with them, because part of this investigation was a discussion of a solar-powered transfer station. And so from that, the discussion was a solar farm that could be developed on this property and some additional property that we would ask BLM to contribute so that it would be attractive enough for a private developer to come in and basically through a shared agreement, basically develop. And you know that we've issued IRBs to a number of different solar companies that are looking at selling this energy to El Paso Electric. So there is a point where it would become very attractive to the private developer to come in and do a solar farm. Part of it, some of it would be used to power this facility. It would be probably one of the very few that I'm aware of, certainly a few in the state, that would have that solar power base to it. So that in itself would be, I think, very complementary and a laudable goal for the county. So my discussions with BLM, and I understand, and I'm not disputing anything that has been said here, if we would present a proposal to them that would take this brownfield, because it qualifies as that, and if there is any contamination risk, it's contamination to the groundwater, but I think that those are slight because of the depth of the groundwater table underneath this property. But they would fast track. The 13 acres, it isn't under lease, and I think that that may have clouded the discussions earlier. So we were talking about the 32 acres that were used as the landfill. This 13 acres was not used at all. It is clear, it was never touched. So not only are they prepared to transfer the property, because that's what they want, and you should know that the other 9 or 11 landfill sites that the county had back in the 1980s and 1990s, they want to transfer that property to us as well. So part of the motivation was to try to determine where can we generate a flow of income that can go to mitigate or repurpose all of this property, not just this one, but all of the properties that ultimately may become the responsibility of the county. So BLM, in my conversations with them, very recent conversations, have indicated if you pursue an energy project, converting a brownfield into an energy project, we can get you this property by this May. We can transfer it to you by this May, and we'll transfer the additional 13 acres, even though that isn't under the lease agreement. They believe that they can do it, and they believe that they can fast track it. And part of the next step of investigation would be, will you willing to give even more property so that we can make the solar power, the solar farm project more viable? There is substantial opportunity here because other governmental entities would certainly not be pursuing. I mean, it did give me a little bit of a pause when I saw Tom's estimates in terms of the cost of the overall operation and how much money do we get in return. Anything that you build these days is obscenely expensive, so you have to take that into consideration in terms of what kind of legitimate return that you can have. But there really is great potential here to do something out of the ordinary that the county has never been engaged in, and I understand that there can be some concerns, and I can understand that, well, let's let the county not do anything and then let some other governmental entity take advantage and do something as well. And you can see there on that property, on the other state, on the other side of the interstate, I believe, is where the town of Anthony is looking at developing basically what we're talking about here. And so, and that sits, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, on an old dairy farm that has had, you know, that had decades worth of nitrates that were put into the soil. So I'm assuming that there'll have to be some form of mitigation, or at least an assessment being done. But the transfer of the property would not take us 3 to 5 years. It can be done expeditiously. So it's really a question as to whether you want to explore the opportunities any further. But the burden is still on the county. We're going to have to face the fact that BLM does not want this property and feels that the county is responsible for the property, and it's only been kind of ongoing discussions that have delayed the forcing of the issue. So again, as county manager, you have to be trying to anticipate where the problems are, where the issues are, how do you come up with solutions that you can recommend to the commission. And you can't do that without some degree of investigation, some degree of thinking where the opportunities are. So you're right, if there is no interest, but I just want to make sure that you understand what our long-term responsibilities are going to be, that there are opportunities, that we could have discussions in terms of going forward with the convenience or transfer station on the 13 acres, and then evolving a plan for converting the utilization of that property to something that can be productive for the county and productive for the community. So that's why we have looked at this issue. That's why we, as far as I was concerned, we had to look at the issue in terms of where the future is. I mean, why haven't we been more directly engaged with Central Solid Waste? Well, because you don't want to put people into a conflict position. My understanding is that they have entered into a either a management role or at least an assessment role on behalf of Anthony. I thought that that's what they were going to do with us. I thought that that was the understanding. So in order not to put anybody in conflict positions, because there are people that would be in conflict positions over this issue, we have done this investigation. And so that's where we're at, but I would like, if the commission doesn't feel that there's opportunities here to do something with that property, something that fulfills our obligations, our responsibilities, and something that creates opportunities for the county in the future, then your Commissioner Sanchez is perfectly right. There's no reason to continue. But at some point, we are going to have to continue. We won't be able to avoid it because BLM has an expectation that we will take responsibility for this property and take responsibility for the other properties that were previously used by the commission as landfills.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. Any other questions, comments, commissioners? Commissioner Reynolds?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tom, how much does this cost us already to do the study, the county?
Our contract with the county is $35,000.
Okay, $35,000. Now, if we don't do the transfer station, does that preclude us from finding someone that wants to do solar on that land?
Commissioner, please repeat the question.
If we don't approve the transfer station and the improvements of $7 million we're talking about, does that preclude us from finding someone that's willing to do use an IRB, industrial revenue bond, in order to place solar on that property?
Yeah, Commissioner, I think the county would have that option to pursue.
That's what I think. Okay.
Whether solar, whatever you want to do with that site.
So I'm thinking whether this transfer station really has no impact on our decision to use this land for other purposes in order to make it profitable. So whether we choose to do this or not is not going to keep us from taking the land from BLM and doing something else on the land, okay? And so for the rest of the board's perspective, I'm actually not in favor for considering to pursue this because of the risk, because of the return.
We're not voting on this, Commissioner.
I know, but I'm making my opinion known because he is asking for direction. And my direction would be not to do it right now. And even though we're not voting on it, bring it before the committee, and we can vote on it. But I don't think my position is going to change unless I see something in that financially shows a viable reason to take this course of action. And because right now we're not obligated to do it, and there's certainly other things going on down there to meet the needs of the community, and we don't need to take on that additional responsibility for $7 million. We can take the land, but let's do something else with it, okay? But I don't see a reason to continue with this. That's my opinion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner
Madam
Reynolds.
Chair, if I might supplement Mr. Parker's discussion or response, because he looks at it in terms of, responding to the question that's asked. The 32 acres are insufficient based on the discussions that we were having with experts in the solar power area. They were indicating that that was too small to be really attractive to a private developer, and that we would have to expand and acquire additional BLM property in order to make it a viable. I'm certain that that's not going to be easily agreed to unless the county is now going forward to accept the ownership and the long-term responsibility of the property.
Thank you. Just a second, please. Thank you, Mr. Macias. Commissioners, any other comments or questions? And Commissioners, again, may I suggest that this be included in our strategic plan and what we'd like to do if we do accept this extra property or these additional acres along with the other properties that were mentioned.
Madam Chair, I don't have a problem accepting the property from BLM. I'm just saying that I'm not sure that it's necessary to build this station in order to take that property and make use of it. That's all I'm saying. And yeah, 32 acres is not a lot for a solar farm if you really want to make money on it. And yes, we can accept the property from BLM, take the responsibility necessary to deal with this, but we don't have to expand the resources or the obligation for the current transfer station is my point. We can leave it as it is, continue to operate the way it is without making additional investments into that, and we can still take the land and do something there. And I'm happy to have that discussion in the planning section.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Sanchez.
I respectfully disagree with you. I don't believe the strategic planning session is a time in which we should be talking about specific projects. This is something high level, at least the way I understood the strategic planning, this is high level that we're setting the priorities for the county. And this is not, if we're going to get to, I guess, get into that level of conversation, okay, but I guess that wasn't my understanding of the strategic planning session. So I have some concerns that if that's the right forum to do it in, if we need a vote, I don't know, I believe we can give direction here as like a straw, I don't want to say kind of a straw poll, but if you need a vote, then I'd say let's do it on the November 14th meeting, and we can have a resolution. I don't know how we do it. I don't even think there's a reason to have a resolution, but if we have to put a resolution to say we're not moving forward, so be it. But I'll leave it up to you as the chair of the commission.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. And I appreciate that there's differing views on this commission, but I know that we're talking about very specific projects and issues on the strategic plan because our consultant met with each one of you and polled you on what specific issues this commission wanted to talk about. And I believe that your desires or your objectives in each district were included on that strategic plan meeting that we will have in the future. And I mean, I I'm sure that we have other options for this land, but this is merely a presentation, and thank you for your opinions. And please email to me any other ideas that you might have for this property, and please copy Mr. Macias on that so that we're all aware of what we can be talking about in our different districts. And Commissioner Murillo, this is actually your district if you have any comments at this time.
Madam Chair, I don't believe it would be appropriate.
Thank you. All right, anything else, commissioners?
And Madam Chair, I mean, I'm taking, it doesn't take much to communicate things. People don't have to specifically vote. I mean, there's really only 4 commissioners that can weigh in on this matter, and if 2 of them are opposed to it, then obviously that doesn't go anywhere, at least from my perspective. I just want you to please be cognizant that the convenience station that was developed in Chaparral, that generated substantial monies, that paid for itself in a few years. They may have stretched out the debt a little bit. I don't know the dynamics of it, but that was that opportunity, and basically this has that opportunity as well, if not potentially even greater than what's in Chaparral.
Thank you, Mr. Macias, and I look forward to emails from my fellow commissioners regarding this issue, because that, you know, when we share thoughts, I think it allows us to make a better decision. And we're not voting on this, but if you can come up with other ideas, please forward them to Mr. Macias, and we can move forward.
And
Anything
again,
else?
if there's, Madam Chair, forgive me for interrupting, if there's any further communication, if it could come to me and not the
Yes.
other commissioners, because we run too much of a risk for too much communication behind the scenes, and I certainly have understood the perspective.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. All right, commissioners, we'll move forward on to agenda item number 5. Thank you, Mr. Parker. A presentation on a proposed application and petition for approval of the formation of Alta Mesa Public Improvement District by Alta Mesa Estates LLC. Good morning, Ms. Ainsworth.
Good morning, Madam Chair. I'm Christina Ainsworth with the Community Development Department. We do have a couple of presenters today. There is one presentation that will be delivered by Jenica Jacoby from the Rody Law Firm. We also have Carol Jaramillo, the Director of Financial Services from Rio Rancho, who will also address the commission. And we also have Devin McLaughlin here to answer any questions that the commission might have on the financing mechanisms of a PID. There is a presentation that he provided, but it will not be presented today unless that is your wish. And so with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Jacoby.
Thank you, Christina. Good morning, Ms. Jacoby.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. I think I was told a down button will work. Excellent. My name is Jenica Jacoby. I'm a real estate attorney with the Rody Law Firm located in Albuquerque, New Mexico, but our firm practices throughout the state, particularly on public finance projects like public improvement districts. I come at these, though, from a little bit of a different perspective because I'm a real estate attorney and not a public finance attorney. And so when I look at PIDs, I don't necessarily jump straight to the numbers, but think about them more in terms of development and policy and what they do for the community, because I've always dealt with the dirt and how we develop our community. And I've been privileged to do so both in the private sector with firms like Rody, but also had over 5 years in the city attorney's office in Albuquerque and got to see projects from that perspective as well, and work closely with city council and the planning commission to bring projects forward. And so I'm excited to be able to kind of talk to you about how public improvement districts work within that process, and in order to further your comprehensive plan and some of your development and growth goals for the county. So just the basics of the public improvement district, that we do have a state statute since 2001 on this, that the purpose of the PID fundamentally is to finance public infrastructure using the PID to sell tax-exempt bonds. So there are PIDs, a lot of PIDs in New Mexico at this point. This is showing you the Albuquerque metropolitan area. And because we are honored to have Ms. Jaramillo join us from Rio Rancho, I particularly draw your attention to the upper left corner, all of those PIDs are in Rio Rancho, from Los Diamantes down to Cabazon, and I think Village of Rio Rancho TID may be the lowest in there. So I do have some TIDs in here, I apologize, though most of these are public improvement districts. And so you can see that Rio Rancho has significant experience with those. The Albuquerque metro area does as well. We also have them throughout the state, from Farmington and Los Alamos to Sunland Park. And Sunland Park has formed quite a few at this point, and we are expecting the first one to sell bonds actually in the next several months there. And if we zoom in to the Doña Ana County area, you can see the PIDs that are already in existence here. The piece that is most southwest is showing the proposed district boundaries for Alta Mesa, just to put that in perspective. So why do we think about using PIDs? This is sort of a historical thing. Municipalities, other local governments want high quality, well planned out infrastructure, right? We want, our constituents want that. We want that for our communities, that there's gonna be great roads, that they're gonna tie together, that they won't be congested, that we'll have good water service, other good utility service, and that all of these things would work well, that they would be environmentally conscious and efficient, and that all of this would be great. When we first started building communities, we didn't think that far ahead. And what would happen is, you know, a community would go in, and then suddenly we'd have more residents there, more congestion, and local governments were then stepping in after the fact to start to build up the surrounding roads more and to support the needs of those constituents that now lived in a subdivision. And so over the last many decades, when a local government allows development, their consciousness of the infrastructure needs for that has gone, you know, more and more in detail, so that more and more demands on infrastructure are made, and that we want higher quality infrastructure. We don't just want a road, we want a sidewalk, or we want some landscaping. We want things that are good for our community. As a constituent, I certainly do not object to those requirements going up, but the reality is someone pays for that. And what the local governments have decided over time is we want the developers to pay for that. We want the new development to pay for that. We don't want to use our existing tax base so that other constituents are paying for infrastructure in this area, which totally makes sense. Where the crunch has come in building new developments is that the cost of that infrastructure at the time when the requirements are going up, those costs are going up a lot too. And it's really not the house prices so much as the lot price, because most of these are developed by developers who then sell to builders. And so there's kind of a different price for the lot with utilities and other infrastructure versus a house price, which is going to include, you know, the cost of the vertical construction for the house. They haven't kept up with each other, and so it's getting harder and harder for developers to want to do large, well-planned subdivisions. And that's where PIDs have stepped in to start to bridge that gap. Because what's your alternative? One of them is, well, just charge more. If it's costing more, charge more. Well, you can only get so far in the market doing that. And so yes, we can drive up house prices. A lot of things simply won't get built. A lot of things could get built maybe just at the lowest amenity level, just not putting in the extra, making things look as good as we want as buyers, as a community, things like that. But let's talk or think a little bit about if we just increased the price of the lot and that was passed on to the home buyer, the house prices are going up. That doesn't have as many advantages as PIDs, because the PID as a government is able to do long-term financing at tax-exempt rates. Because they're tax-exempt, that's significantly below private market rates, and so it's lower than what your average buyer can go finance that price at. One of the advantages of a PID is the only people paying these taxes are in that district. They're the ones benefiting from that infrastructure. No taxes are coming from other citizens or other sources of the county. Sorry, it's been very dry in New Mexico recently. And so when you do have a PID, the developer knows that the PID's formed. It's formed early in the process, and the developer calculates that in the price that they sell it to the builder. And so you're getting that lower lot price up front, which allows the builder to turn around and keep a steady sales price on the house as well. What that does, you're like, well, they're still paying a PID levy, right? Does it all even out? Not really, because if it's not in the base home price, that means that that owner's not responsible for it when they sell it. It means they don't have to finance it and put it on their credit report. It means they don't have to pay title insurance on it. They don't have to pay mill levy taxes on it. There's just a lot of places where every other cost would go up if we forced this into the base home price of homes. And it's advantageous to the community, to the developer, and to these constituents to be able to pay the PID levy instead, because it's paid over a period of time and then goes away, and it doesn't have to affect all of those other things. At the same time, that's not because we're not driving the construction prices of new housing up, that's putting less pressure on the existing market and house prices there, because we don't want to be driving those any further up either. One of the things that I like about PIDs is that they are performance-based. I know we had some public comment here this morning going, oh gosh, you need clawbacks and things like that. You actually don't, because the county is never going to turn over any money to the PID or to the district, period. There's no county money involved. And even within the district, when it raises money on the assessments only within the district, that money can't be paid until there's actual infrastructure built according to county specifications. And so if you form the PID and then you never put in any of the infrastructure you promise, a developer doesn't get paid anything. And so there's a safety net in that performance-based structure of the PID.
Madam Chair, can I ask a question off of that last comment?
Please.
Of course.
So you made a comment about how the developer won't get paid if the infrastructure is not there based off of a PID. In the plans, there's a lot of other kind of, I wouldn't necessarily call it infrastructure, but I would definitely call it amenities, parks, green spaces, walkways, the awesome, square that you guys have, all that kind of stuff. Would that be considered a infrastructure for the PID?
We would have to go over those items with your development staff. The PID will only directly reimburse public improvements. And so if those are going to be public and owned by the city, then yes, they would be eligible. If they're going to be private, no, they would not be eligible for PID financing.
Okay.
However, sometimes the PID, because it's reimbursing roads, for example, as a public improvement, will generate enough flexibility in the overall financials to allow more private amenities too. So sometimes the PID indirectly provides those amenities.
Okay, so with that being said, since we have the developers here, how will those green spaces, those parks, all those wonderful areas be paid for?
Can we wait until the presentation and kind of jot that down?
Sure, I think it directly relates to what we're talking about, so that's why I just brought it up, but if that works, we sure can.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you for the questions. Okay, so the other thing that I find with PIDs is it helps us bring housing, especially because PIDs just work so well with residential projects. What the PID does is make it easier for the developer to get construction financing because they have this PID agreement to show their lender. And they're able to plan larger portions of a project and put it in more completely and bring housing to the market faster because everything just works a little bit smoother. And that way, if you're a science nerd, I think of it as a catalyst, something that comes in, doesn't really change the overall process, but just helps it work better and work faster. And that's how a PID works here in my experience. A construction conference I was at recently, someone said that the best way to keep housing prices affordable is to get more supply on the market, and that really struck me as true. That in your basic supply-demand curve, right now, and I don't know Doña Ana County statistics as much, but I think if you're talking affordable housing, you're in the same boat as most cities I know in New Mexico and throughout the country. There's not enough supply, and that's helping to drive prices up. Because if there's not enough supply and demand remains steady, all those buyers, renters are fighting over too little housing supply and rising, just driving those prices up. And so I really like these projects because we're able to provide more housing and relieve some of that pressure. So even if we're not using affordable in the capital A sense, getting market housing to the market still helps. And so the other thing I like about PID projects is they tend to be larger because they have a cost associated with them. You just don't do them for fewer than at least 150, 200 lots minimum. It suits the kind of long-range planning where you look not just at phase one, but a project like Alta Mesa, you're looking at, I think, almost 10 phases. And you're going, well, how is all of that infrastructure going to connect and interplay? How is it all going to make sense? How are we going to make sure traffic doesn't get congested? How are we going to make sure that we have amenities like commercial shops that people are going to want in their neighborhood so that they're not having to drive to El Paso or Las Cruces to get things? How are we going to make this all work? And doing a big project like this lets you do all of that, which really ties into the fact that this is a master planned community. That's why it's planned out like this. And master planned communities really go hand in hand with PIDs because PIDs are the perfect tool to implement the vision of a master planned community. And Alta Mesa was actually planned already, I think, over a decade ago, very specifically to include multifamily, to include all of the uses and the benefits that you would want from a master planned community, which furthers your comprehensive plan goals. This is located down by the Santa Teresa area where your comp plan says we're expecting industrial growth, we're expecting employment down there. We want to provide housing for those people. We don't want them to all go live in El Paso. That's what your comprehensive plan, this is the kind of project that makes that happen. Your comprehensive plan also looks at when you don't do large master projects, you end up getting sort of leapfrogged infrastructure that doesn't tie in. We're going to do a handful of lots here, a handful of lots there, and things leapfrog over each other or end up kind of going in piecemeal, and you don't get the kind of land use mixes you want. You don't get the kind of planned infrastructure and connectivity that you want. Master plan community addresses all of that for you, so that when you're not just going to have an open space trail, it's going to actually weave all the way through the community and not start and stop and have breaks and things like that. And so the PID as a financial instrument really encourages and helps you develop that kind of project that brings all those advantages and amenities of a master planned community. And specifically here, this really addresses the vice chair's questions, I think. The master planned community for Alta Mesa is bringing a lot of specific amenities or proposing a lot of specific amenities. First, because you have the mixed land uses, neighborhood commercial opportunities, we have multifamily, we have single family housing, a good mix. People can live, work, and play all in that same area and not have to travel and use the other roads in the county for everything that they're gonna do. And that's what happens when you put all the housing over here and all of the commercial over there. That doesn't happen in a master planned community. And that's not what you see in the proposed master plan here. There's over 10 miles of walking and bike trails, 11 parks, large open space on the mesa tops.
Excuse me, Madam Chair. Just a quick question, I guess, I'm just trying to understand. Are we having a discussion about PIDs? Are we having a discussion about the Alta Mesa? And if we're having a discussion about Alta Mesa, are we potentially causing an issue with the future decision that we're going to have to consider for this? I guess are we having a hearing before having a hearing because you're bringing in and having discussion about the amenities? I mean, I know the plat's already approved, but I guess if we're going to be having a PID, I would assume there's a hearing of some sort. I just don't know if if we're going to have this as a high level about PIDs, that's one thing, but I'm just questioning if we're going to get into the discussion on specific project, are we potentially causing an issue with not properly noticing?
Thank you for your comment, Commissioner Sanchez, and I'm going to defer that to our attorney.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Sanchez, I think your point is well taken. For a high-level discussion about PIDs in general, sure, no problem. But if we're going to be talking about a specific land use application that is going to be coming before the board, then this would essentially be outside of what would normally be due process for all parties concerned, where you're going to have a quasi-judicial proceeding where notice is given not just to the applicant, but also to affected property owners in the area. So I would recommend that this discussion be limited to PIDs in general and not Alto Mesa in specific.
Thank you very much. So then we'll bypass this slide.
Madam Chair, this, I think, is the only slide. And I'm confident that I won't take a quasi-judicial decision in front of you on this, but I appreciate the caution. So the summary is that the PIDs are authorized to impose a levy, but only within the PID boundaries. That it's levied based on the benefit to the lots, that those lots increase in value based on the fact that infrastructure is installed to support them. And the PID application will include a feasibility study and an appraisal that demonstrates those benefits. And then PIDs are required to follow the normal development processes. A lot of people think when I approve the PID, I'm approving these land uses, I'm approving, you know, a proposed plat or something else. No, no, no. The PID doesn't get any special exemptions from any of the regular development processes. There may be things that are already approved, like the master plan. There may be approvals that will come later, like certain platting actions. But the PID is not an approval on any of those and doesn't give any special approvals on development issues. The PID still has to follow all of the regular, or the land within the PID and the developer developing it has to follow all of your regular development rules. The PIDs will not result in any obligation to property owners who are not in the PID, and the PID does not use any county property taxes, and it doesn't use the credit of the county. When the PID issues bonds, that's against the PID's credit only. It does not affect the bond rating of the county. So also wanted to let you guys know, we definitely talked disclosure. I want to tell you exactly what's in the statute on PIDs, and that is that a seller or a broker selling a lot in a PID is required to disclose to the buyer prior to them accepting the offer to purchase. So this isn't just something you sign at closing. This should be something that is in your purchase agreement or a separate thing that you sign and acknowledge when you're first looking at the house and thinking about a purchase agreement. That's the time when you're supposed to know about a PID. And we take that very seriously. The statute has remedies for buyers who are not properly disclosed. And then in addition to those, we record a lot of documents in the property records against the property. So it will definitely be in your title report multiple times, providing information specifically geared so that people can know what is the maximum levy I'm going to pay on my property. That's what the statute really wants, but you're going to see the general plan that describes the infrastructure and a lot of other information about the PID. The county already has an ordinance in place about PIDs that was adopted in 2006. It is similar to the Rio Rancho ordinance. I think they were probably both drafted by the same law firm. And so there are a couple things I wanted to draw your attention to in your ordinance. And that is, one, the PID, or the ordinance encourages PIDs to be used for residential projects and for master planned communities. And so it fits really well here with the application that we're intending to file. The ordinance also says you really should only do projects if you're going to have a minimum financing of $3 million. It also sets other kinds of financial parameters that would apply for districts. It describes a very detailed application process and requirements of what's going to be in an application, including a feasibility study prepared by an expert. There is a significant application fee for these that is typically used to fund bond counsel of the county to help evaluate and assist with the application. And you're represented by Mr. Muirhead, who is very experienced with these, and I've worked with him a number of times, and I think well able to guide the county through any questions or issues that they have with this. Your ordinance also address ongoing PID operations and governance. And so a lot of the tools are already in there. You have the power to make, to waive things and change things on a particular application if you don't like everything that's in the ordinance. But there's a lot of guidelines and helpful background already available. After the district is formed, the district is a government itself. And that means that it's going to comply with all of the regular laws, budgets, transparency, public records, audits, all of that stuff. The district doesn't have employees, but it does engage contractors to take care of all the day-to-day duties. Part of what is in the application is a budget that would include sufficient administrative funds in order to fund those kinds of expenses. And really, it's up to the county to choose whether to have detailed oversight or to have a more minimal interaction with the district. Ms. Jaramillo is here to discuss the City of Rio Rancho's experience with PIDs, and they take one of the more detailed oversight approaches that I have seen with respect to PIDs, and they like to watch them very closely and double check a lot of things, and we appreciate their involvement in that. There are other local governments that say, we formed it, it's your problem now, hands off. And they are only involved when we go to them for specific questions. Like one of the things that would come up from time to time is that the local government continues to have power to appoint vacancies if there's a vacancy on the board. And so we would bring a resolution to the local government in that circumstance. But otherwise, they don't necessarily have terrific involvement as a government. It is common sometimes for governments to have their city employees, certain city employees, sit on the PID board to provide just a very qualified, knowledgeable person to be a board member. And so that's the kind of involvement that you might see on an ongoing basis. But that's the overview I wanted to offer. As she was introduced, I think the Director of Finance, I was going to say financial guru and the expert in all things money at the City of Rio Rancho. I would, if you don't have any immediate questions now, I'd love to welcome up Carol to answer any questions you have sort of from the local government's perspective about how these work. And
Thank you, Ms.
lessons that
Jacoby.
we've learned maybe the hard way.
And before you leave the podium, Commissioners, any questions for Ms. Jacoby before we proceed?
I have a couple. I don't know if she's the one to answer them or this lady here. I'm not sure who's.
Well,
going to-
are there any questions regarding the presentation?
Yes, actually, there are.
Okay.
Okay, excuse me for just one moment. I think I heard you say that as a buyer, I'm actually going to get a levy, basically, that I pay every year on my taxes for public infrastructure. Am I correct?
There will be a levy on your property tax bill that goes to the PID. Most of that will go to the infrastructure, a portion of it will go to
But the
administrative
PID,
expenses.
but you also said the PID actually provides public improvements.
The
I can't do any
PID,
private improvements with it, correct?
say that again?
The PID actually pays for parks, sidewalks, sewer, roads, things like that. So it's all public infrastructure, am I correct?
It will all be public if it is reimbursed by the PID.
Okay. My neighborhood is terrible. It was built in 1960 when it started, and we don't have any sewer. And of course, half of us want sewer and half of us don't. And so I'm willing to pay the money necessary to get sewer, but most of them aren't. So we don't have sidewalks, we don't have sewer and all that. So what about the people who look at this and say, why would I pay a levy of $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 for 20, 30 years to pay for somebody else to have a dog park or a water park or splash pad that I'm never going to use? I think that's.
Absolutely. If a buyer is looking at that with their purchase contract and says that does not make sense to me, they don't have to buy there. They can buy somewhere else.
Yeah, they're saying that's $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 that I'm going to be asked to pay for infrastructure I'll never use, okay? And that's number one. Number two, when you actually pass the PID, do you actually have the capital and you're going to use your capital to do all the improvements, or are you going to sell bonds? Or would you sell bonds normally, I guess is my point.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, the application that will be filed will call for fairly early bond sales, but no reimbursements would happen until the infrastructure is
Okay.
already in the ground and certified by an engineer. And so there would definitely be upfront investment from
The reason I asked that is because we had a company here that wanted to get a TID in the city, and they wanted to secure $40 million in bonds in order to do infrastructure that would provide stuff around the hospital, okay? And so they wanted to bring in a park into the TID district and all this kind of thing. Well, they wanted $40 million, and I looked at the financing of that, and the financing was going to end up costing them roughly $175 million by the time they were done, all right, with the financing. So I think that the amount of money you collect for these people is going to have to take into consideration what the long-term costs of the bonds and their interest and everything is. And I think that's, I know if I was a buyer and I looked at that, I'd want to have all that up front and say, yeah, you're going to, you're looking for me to give you $40,000 basically, but basically it's going to end up paying off the bonds that you guys secured right up front to get the cash in order to do this. And so I'm struggling with the concept because and just the whole concept of saying you're going to want me to pay for everybody else's infrastructure or everybody else's public property when I may never use it. And I think that you're going to struggle selling the houses. The reason I say that, not for your project necessarily specifically, that I think that when you look at something like that, you could probably get the funding, but you may not ever sell all the property. Because like you said, people might choose to say, yeah, I'm not going to pay for someone else's infrastructure. And so that's a risk that we have to take into consideration as a board when we're looking at this. Do we place that risk on our constituents? Okay.
And Madam Chair, members of the commission, the financing in this, because it's such a large project, would proceed in phases as well. And so the entire amount would not be bonded at once. It would be bonded only for the phase that's being worked on. And so they would keep pace with each other. And sort of, it's hard to tell you exactly what everything's going to cost because interest rates have been fluctuating so much. I know that tax exempt debt is always going to be a couple points at least below the market. And if we end up financing at higher rates now, for example, the market is not as low as I would like to see it go. It is possible with bonds, there's some lockout periods, but periodically you would go back and be able to refund some bonding if there is an opportunity to get a lower interest rate and save the constituents money on that.
So let's say I did sign up at 6%, 8%, whatever it is right now, 8%. And then you guys sold the bonds, so now I'm paying 8% interest on my fee for the PID, my levy. So it goes back down to 4%. So you're saying that you would actually you would actually adjust my levy fee automatically to match the interest rate?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, if bonds are refunded such that the PID is paying less in interest payments, then yes, the budget for the PID would adjust down and the levies for the residents would go down accordingly.
And that goes in the contract of all the people's houses that you're going to adjust it based on the current interest rate up or down?
Within the PID documents that are created and approved as part of the formation, there's a document called the rate and method of apportionment that indicates what the maximum levy on a property is, and it indicates how we budget each year and then apportion what that levy will be up to the maximum. And so it describes that process so that if the budget requirements are lower in a year because we've managed to lower the interest rate, for example, that document describes how the levies would then be not charged at the maximum, but a lower amount.
So basically it ends up being an adjustable rate levy?
Not fully, because you don't refund, every year even.
I'm just saying, I'm confused about it, but, we'll see we'll get all the documents and see when it's time to review it. But this is some of the stuff that I'm not aware of that I'm concerned about.
And I certainly appreciate your questions. I will also leave a card with the county manager. If anyone has any questions, you're welcome to contact me. I will talk with the county attorney to make sure he's comfortable with that as well. But I'm confident that we're not going to have any quasi-judicial matter in front of you, that there's only one landowner and that this is a legislative matter, but I will clear that with your attorney. But I'm always happy to answer follow-up questions in any forum that's convenient to you.
By the way, my comment was not about this project, but about in general, how you handle that levy cost. That's all I'm saying, if that's the way it's done or not, because it sounded to me like you were saying one thing, and I want to make sure I understood what you were saying. Thank you.
Is there any other comments or questions from any of the commissioners? Seeing none, I want to say thank you for coming up, and if you have anything that you wanted to add, please do.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the commission. My name is Carol Jaramillo, and I am the Director of Financial Services for the City of Rio Rancho. The City of Rio Rancho has 7 PIDs and 3 TIDs, so over the course of approximately 20 years, these districts have been formed to benefit the city and the residents in the city. Our earliest PID was formed in 2004. It's the Cabazon PID. It's a large PID, comparable, I would say, in size to the Alta Vista. It was the first one formed, and with that, we have learned a number of things that we probably wouldn't do in the future. And so as we've formed PIDs throughout our history, our most recent PID in 2021, I think by now we've kind of fine-tuned the process. Cabazon PID has 2 levies, and one of them is for enhanced services, which is, I understand, not something that you're considering for this PID, but it is the only one that does, and that is for ongoing maintenance. I should add that planning and development is not my area of expertise, so if I wander off just a tiny bit in that direction, that's probably the extent of my knowledge in that direction. But we do form our PIDs at this stage of the game. Now we have fine-tuned it. We make sure that the agreements that we enter into at the time of the formation, that they are indeed mutually beneficial to both the developer and the city in an effort to further the city's growth goals. But from my perspective, as being responsible for the administrative oversight of the PID and the PIDs and the TIDs, some of the lessons that we've learned over time, I think, have been valuable in us being a little bit more successful with our PIDs now. And I applaud your efforts to fully vet these things as you're moving forward with the decision on whether to enter into PID formations or not. So I applaud you for that. One of the things that Ms. Jacoby mentioned was the city's level of involvement with the PIDs, and it is true that we do have at formation 2 staff members that sit on the PID board, and they are there for the first 4 to 6 year terms of the PID to help with any interface that needs to occur with the city as far as the development is going. That aspect of it has not been an issue, and we will continue to do that. Where there are at times some complications is when the boards turn over to have an elected board. They are elected from the residents of the PID. The issue is not with our larger PIDs. With Cabazon and Mariposa, they're large enough to have a pool of people that want to run and serve in that capacity. Where we run into problems with our smaller PIDs that don't have a lot of residents, that don't have a lot of interest in serving in that capacity. So that's something to be cognizant of as you're considering PIDs going forward, that the size of the development, that may complicate whether or not you find electors to run for office for those. The residents that may be may be interested in running for the PID board may or may not understand what the PID is for and what the powers are and what the powers aren't. So that is where some complication has occurred, but we work hard to educate our board members as they come on to make sure that they understand what their requirements are. And it is basically to pass a budget, make sure the audit gets done, and make sure that all of the state statutes are followed. The other main thing that I would say that we have encountered is in the administrative oversight of the PIDs, as far as to the extent that the city contracts with the PIDs to do things like noticing the meetings, taking the minutes, publishing the documents, keeping the books, those sorts of things. If I were going to be the one to start this journey, I would say to outsource all of that. At this point, we have a staff person responsible for doing all of those things. I oversee him. He's in my office. But if I was going to do it all over again since 2004, I would say that would be a really great thing to outsource. It doesn't provide a public benefit really to the residents of Rio Rancho for us to do it. Someone else can do it and probably should do it. We have just been involved in it because that's how it started and that's how it's always been. So those are kind of some of the things that I would just share with you so that you understand some of the things that we've gone through. If you are considering a PID in the future with enhanced services, I would ensure the problems that we've experienced have been with the lack of specificity in what is being covered by the PID versus what is being covered by the city versus what is being covered by homeowners associations. That is for ongoing maintenance of a park and median landscaping and things like that. But I would ensure specificity when it comes to what exactly the enhanced services are going to cover. Again, I don't believe that that is something you have to consider for this PID that's coming up, but as you start to potentially form more in an effort to have growth, pay for growth in Doña, that is something you might want to consider as well. With that, I will stand for any questions that you have for me. I'm happy to try and answer them.
And first of all, please excuse me for leaving. I had to attend to a phone call, so I didn't catch your name.
My name is Carol Jaramillo. I'm the Director of Financial Services for the City of Rio Rancho.
Thank you, Ms. Jaramillo.
Most welcome.
Commissioners, any questions, any comments? Commissioner Reynolds?
Just a moment. Ms. Jaramillo, have you had a chance, or would you like a chance to review our ordinance to see if there's anything we need to address in that before we enter into an agreement like this?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Reynolds, I do believe that your ordinance closely mirrors ours, are based on what I've seen so far. I don't know that I'm qualified to do that because I'm not a lawyer, but I believe it is very similar to ours.
Would it be possible, I guess we could download a copy of yours from your website, correct?
Absolutely, I
probably do that.
can provide that to you as well.
But thank you for your, I really want to say thank you for your recommendations and considerations that we should be looking at it from experience, and I think that's important to have that. And you've actually brought up a couple of things that I thought about, but I hadn't actually addressed yet, so thank you very much. Appreciate it. Take a minute, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds.
Madam Chair,
Vice Chair Sheldon Hernandez.
since we have you here and you're a subject matter expert on this, can you kind of talk about Stonegate up in Rio Rancho? Because they have a PID and they have a TID.
They do.
Can you just walk me through that and also tell me what the TID covers, since we know what the PID covers, and how that worked out in Stonegate and what that actually looked like?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Saldo Hernandez, sorry, I probably butchered that. That's an older one. It was formed and then it's stagnated a little while during the Great Recession. But essentially, the TID is really more responsible for off-site improvements. It's an increment of the gross receipts tax that the city gives up to allow for their infrastructure to be built that will reimburse for that infrastructure. And the PID pays for on-site infrastructure. And so that's the distinction with both our dual PID-TID combinations, is the off-site versus the inside infrastructure.
No, thank you for that. And then with that, as far as it goes, you guys did a feasibility study before you do the PIDs or the TIDs. What does that timeline look like up in Rio Rancho as far as how that all works out?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, that, I guess, it varies. Once we have the process where we have a pre-application meeting with the applicants, and we just kind of hash out sort of the things we're looking for and kind of get an idea of what they're trying to build. The city will invite them to apply. They will pay the fee, and at the time they apply, they're going to provide us with a feasibility study, and they're going to provide us with their financing plan, their rate of method of apportionment, or a draft of all of that, all of those documents for financing the infrastructure. The city has a team of employees that evaluate the PIDS application, as well as we will engage our public finance counsel. Sometimes we will ask our financial advisor to look at the plan of finance to make sure it makes sense from that perspective. But our city engineer will look at the roads and make sure that the roads that they are proposing make sense. Our utilities director will look to make sure that the capacity that they're proposing for our water lines and wastewater lines will be adequate to serve them. If we are negotiating our development agreement, we like to make sure that some system level improvements are included with what's happening, so that if that's one community here and then another one behind it, that that we're going to build enough capacity, and we can add on perhaps to that to build enough capacity to assist an underserved area. So there's a lot of evaluation that goes on and negotiation that goes on with the development agreements, and so it takes several months, I would say, in order to form a PID once we get that application.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
You're most welcome.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Anything else, Commissioners?
I just want to say thank you very much for your coming down, for participating in our meeting, and providing us some insight into history and experience. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Jaramillo. Appreciate your time. Anything else? Good afternoon, Mr. McLaughlin. I thought I was going to welcome you during the morning.
That's okay. Thank you, Chair Chaparro, Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez. We did have additional presentation, but due to the time restraints, we think it's fair to just leave it at this high level. I think that the county is in good hands with regards to their legal counsel, with regards to finalizing a PID agreement, which would then be presented. As far as the PID itself, please remember it is going to be done in phases. The very first phase is basically just 230 houses, so there's not going to be any incredible sudden traffic changes. So, we wanted to make sure that it just grows slowly. It's basically an 8-year process, and the process of the PID just grows with any of these type of developments. It absolutely seems to be the best form of funding available to try to keep the values of these properties in a reasonable level, and that is the need and goal for us as a developer here. So thank you very much for your time today. Thanks very much, Carol. Appreciate that. We just felt that it would be very helpful for you to hear from somebody going through the same process and having had the experience that she's had, I'm glad she was able to answer some of your questions and will be available for the future. Apart from that, thanks very much.
Thank you, Commissioners. Any other questions, any other comments?
Madam Chair, I
Commissioner
have a
Murillo.
question as a developer. What are the benefits for a PID for the constituents or the residents that would going into that PID?
So the main benefits are to bring the quality of the infrastructure. Along with the infrastructure, there has to be a level of amenities, because the amenities is the sizzle that attracts the buyers to the homes. It gives the opportunity of an active lifestyle. Many of the developments that we see are sort of more described as stack and pack. And you see very little green space. You don't see walking trails on a regular basis. There's not a lot of park space. There's no open space. This will be a development that, has all of those. PIDs allow all of that to be developed, to keep it high level. And the benefit to the homeowners, when they enter into a PID district, they get the swimming pools and the trails, and they get to tie that cost to their mortgage on an ongoing basis, which is always the lowest form of financing available to the homeowners. So that's what makes it very attractive, and of course, from a PID perspective, it makes it a very good investment because it's, a municipal bond. And there's tax advantages in doing that way. So with regards to making the way the PIDs actually work is that they can be additionally refinanced at any time, to take advantage of lower mortgage rates, which at the moment they're kind of peaking. And so there is an opportunity to reduce that, when the rates settle. But basically, it just gives them an attractive community. They take for granted that they're going to get roads and sidewalks. And the amenities that are able to be offered with a PID really make a big difference and create the community. They give the kids an opportunity to get off the couch and stop watching TV and playing games. Eventually, the goal would be to try to connect neighborhoods. And so there's a high likelihood that there will be walking trails and bike trails on Columbus Highway. There's high likelihood that we could, this particular community could connect to other communities on Pete Domenici Highway. And so you start getting that interconnectivity. Instead of having to hop in the car and drive, you can either walk or bike. And so within the community, with a PID, it allows for fitness trails, beautiful overlooks to take advantage of the mesas in this particular case. But those are the sorts of things that attract people to PID districts.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Thank you, Commissioner Murillo. Anything else, Commissioners?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Reynolds.
Yeah, could I ask, is it Carol? Can I ask her one more question?
Thank you, Mr. McLaughlin.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Based on what's been said here about what the purpose of the PID is, can we say this? Could I take a PID and say, I'm not paying for sewer, but I will pay for parks? Can we be that granular in a PID?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Reynolds, I don't believe so. When the rate and method of apportionment is developed, it takes all of the reimbursable infrastructure, an estimated cost of all the reimbursable infrastructure and the amount that is going to be eligible to be reimbursed, and it assigns a maximum levy. I don't know how this particular PID is going to do their levies in Rio Rancho. A lot of our levies are based on lot size. And so, a 50-foot lot gets X levied, and a 65-foot lot gets a little higher levy. And so but it takes all of the infrastructure that's being reimbursed into account for that.
Yeah, see, the reason I asked this question is because I feel really good about doing things like bike paths and walking paths and parks and things everybody can use. But things like sidewalks, streets, street lights, sewer, those things. I mean, those are kind of, that's kind of your ante to get into the game. If you're playing poker, that's what you have to put in the pot just to start. So if I had a tool that said, look, I'll let you pay your ante, but we'll cover your bids basically on the other stuff that is going to create that extra zing or whatever it is to the development, I guess. But you're saying the way PIDs work, you probably can't do that.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Reynolds, I think it would be very difficult to do that because in the financing plan, the benefit is sort of assigned to the lots based on their size. So it's an assumption that the future owner of the home that's built on that lot is going to avail themselves of all of the amenities that are available to the community, as well as anybody that buys it after they do and anybody that buys it after they do, that somebody is going to benefit for it, and it's their proportionate share of that benefit. So I don't think it could be done that way. I don't think anybody's ever tried it.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you addressing my question. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. All right, Commissioners, we are now moving forward. And Mr. McLaughlin, thank you for making this information available to us. It was actually a great learning experience, and I think I took 3 pages of notes. Thank you very much. So I really appreciate it. All right, we'll move on to our consent agenda. The board will be asked by one motion the following items of recurring or routine business. We're looking at number 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. Would any commissioner like to have an agenda item pulled, or do you have a question before Commissioner Reynolds?
I have one question on item number 13 for Mr. Lopez. On page 330 of our presentation packet, it actually shows the breakdown of the items and what it costs. I can just talk to it kind of at a high level. Mr. Lopez, you can come up if you like. And that is that on page 330, you actually break down the budget item and you show what amount of appropriations are going to be allocated to what budget line item. And I noticed that you have several things on there, and from project number 1 at $13,000, project 2 at $39,000, project 3 at $65,000, and it goes down the list. Every one of those are allocated to a capital improvement line item except for the one that's the highest. And it confuses me when I'm looking at the finance documents to say, you're not calling the thing that we're budgeting at the highest as $65,000. You're not calling it a capital budget item, but everything else on the list is on page 333 or 330. At least that's what I'm seeing. Am I seeing this incorrectly?
Okay, and before we proceed, then we're going to pull agenda item number 13. So, because I gathered that that's going to be a longer question. So may I please have a motion to approve agenda items 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, and 15?
So moved.
I have a motion by Commissioner Reynolds. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Sanchez. Thank you. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Murillo?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes.
Chair Chaparro?
Yes, motion carries unanimously.
Okay, the agenda item has multiple resolution numbers. Item number 7 is 2023-97 and 2023-98. Item number 9, 2023-99. Item number 10, 2023-100. Item number 12, 2023-101. Item number 14 has 2 2023-02 and 2023-03.
Thank you, Brandy.
Madam
Then-
Chair, if we could come back to that item, it's a very simple explanation.
Yes. Okay, and if I may, real quick, we're moving back to agenda item number 13, accept the 2023 subgrant agreement in the amount of $708,061 from the New Mexico Department of Homeland Security Emergency Management for equipment along with a budget revision and resolution. May I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion by Commissioner Reynolds, a second by Commissioner Murillo.
I was about to make the motion. That's why when you started doing it, it's fine.
Okay.
Okay, because that's what, I knew we had to do that first. Yes, okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioners. Stephen Lopez for the Office of Emergency Management. Madam Chair and Commissioner Reynolds, if you can restate your question just to make sure I get it correctly.
Love to. Okay, on page 330, I know that the fire equipment is under $5,000 is what is listed on the left. And each one of the vests you're talking about buying and fire, and the stuff that's the outfits and things like that cost less than $5,000. But the overall item is actually budgeted at $65,000, which would lead me to believe that it's still a capital outlay. Because if you look at let's look at the item just below it. It's $13,000, and that's not capital unless it's different kind of equipment. Is it equipment designation? Is that the problem, or is that what I'm confused about?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Reynolds, the actual limit on the per item before it becomes capital outlay is $5,000. So that $13,000 is actually for a dog, and it is a capital outlay dog, believe it or not. But you're correct in the assumption on the fire equipment, those vests are under $5,000, so they don't get charged to capital outlay. And there are, based on the commissioner's rules that you put into ordinance, there are actually some other exceptions like radios that are not at $5,000. They still get treated as capital outlay and expensed as capital outlay. So this has been through finance. They verified we got the numbers correct. That's just how it is in the ordinance.
Any other questions?
I think he's going to say something else.
I was just to clarify, yes, on the fire equipment, each item is under $5,000 and is not a special category, which is why it's not treated as capital outlay.
Well, I kind of thought that, but it's not intuitive when you look at the line items to say, look, one thing is $65,000 is not capital that we're budgeting. We're not budgeting capital to do that, but everything else is. Okay, so that's why I was asking the question. It struck me odd.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commissioner. And as long as I am up here, I would like to just actually take a moment on this item. So thank you for pulling it off of consent, because this gives me a chance to brag, because the state of New Mexico only received $1.4 million for the entire state for this grant. We received over 50% of the entire state's funding here in Doña County. So really great effort by everybody that was involved in this process.
Good job. Good job, Stephen.
May I say something about that? We have done really very much better this year on grants, like fire grants, like emergency grants, all the grants that we've applied for than we have in the past. And I applaud, I guess it's probably the partnership with us in SITE that's been part of it, and also the staff here at the county for actually doing a better job of applying for these grants in a timely manner so we can get this kind of money. Because it really does make a difference when you look at our budget, because we've increased our budget by probably 25 to 50% just based on the number of grants we've been able to capture in the last 2 years. It's fantastic. So anyway, my applaud. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Anything else, Commissioners? All right, may I have a roll call vote on number 13?
Commissioner Murillo?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Shaldo Hernandez?
Yes.
Chair Chaparro?
Yes, motion carries unanimously. We will now move on to agenda resolution.
Excuse me?
Thank you.
Yes. That item does have a resolution number. That number is 2023-04.
Thank you, Brandy. I almost made it through this agenda without cutting you off. We will now move on to agenda item number 16, approve the paving of roads under Road Initiative 3. The proposed initiative consists of reconstructions, rehabilitation, repaving, and the construction of several county roads, paved and unpaved roads. That sounds like a country song. And several county unmaintained roads. The total amount will be $11,500,000 along with the associated budget revision and resolutions. May I have a motion?
So move.
I have a motion by Commissioner Murillo. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Commissioner Sanchez. Good morning, Mo, or good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. It's a pleasure to be in front of you and talk about my favorite things is roads. Actually, somebody look at my tie, a bunch of cards on it, so I'm in the transportation business. Today, we're going to talk about, one of the things we talk about is the roads, and these roads, we build them, and we think we are done with them. They are not. That's the beginning of our concern because we have to maintain them and take care of them to last for as long as we want them to last because we spend a lot of money and invest it. So that's what we're going to talk about today. When we build a road, we design them try to design them properly. Number one thing, we design the roadways for the safety. Make sure our roads are safe, keep people on the road, on a curvature, and make sure the curvature is done properly, and the slopes of the road is good enough to drain the water to the side. And also the sight distance, we have enough sight distance. And also, do we have enough width on the roadway for the traffic volume we carry? Because a lot of times, a lot of developers might complain to you all about we asking them to build too many lanes. Well, you're going to generate a lot of traffic. You're going to require to build that many lanes. And one of the things, the other issue that comes up a lot is the right-of-way. We need a lot of right-of-way a lot of times because you make sure you have enough width for the roadway. You have enough shoulders. As you can see on those pictures, why do you need shoulders so you can carry the drainage? So you don't have like the picture on the right, water standing on the lane. So by design of the American Society of Highway and Transportation Officials, AASHTO, you're required to keep one lane of traffic always clean. You cannot have road drainage on. That's why you have the drainage. And three most important things we always talk about in engineering is more important is drainage, drainage, and drainage. So we make sure we make, as you can see on the left-hand side, bottom left-hand side, this is the road, County Road Uvas, and you can see the drainage ditches pretty wide and carried a lot of water. And these roads, as you can see on the right hand, if you have the funding, we cover them up with asphalt. And a lot of you please don't say tar, because tar comes from coal, it's a carcinogen. Asphalt is not a carcinogen. So there are two different things. You know, people say tar, when they say tar, like, you know, that comes from a coal. And that's why you used to see the roofing going on with tar, and you could smell it for a mile away. Well, that's became illegal because carcinogen. So now we're using asphalt. All the roofing shingles are made of asphalt. And asphalt, as you can see it, we put it down because we are blessed with a lot of sunshine. It starts aging and oxidizes, and you can see in front of you, it starts cracking. And when it starts cracking, that's when the problem starts having. And not necessarily that big of a crack as you see in this picture, even the hairline crack, water can find it and goes through and goes into the subgrade, and it starts failing, and that's when we're having problems. Rocks come loose, and you're going to get a lot of complaints from people breaking their windshield, and roads become rougher and rougher to drive on it. And one of the studies actually they did a couple of years ago, the rough roads in New Mexico cost the average family an average of $1,000 a year. And that's not changing the tires or changing oil. This is extra cost of wear and tear on your vehicle. So we try to keep the roadways in a good condition. And this is one of the things we talk about is pavement maintenance is a preventive things we always encourage a way to take care of them. It's like on the left-hand side, you will see it changing your timing belt on your vehicle as when the manufacturer says costs you $400. And if you wait till it breaks by itself, then you got to change the engine for $12,000. Or cleaning your teeth costs you $75. Just wait till you get a root canal for $1,000. They don't use that drill anymore, but, you know, but. And this is one of the things measuring so we measure our roadways after we have finished with them. One of the things we measure is what kind of condition they are in. And we use several machines to measure those things. One of them is on the left-hand side and a very right-hand side are the same. That's called falling weight deflectometers. Those are weight that you drop down on the pavement as the vehicle is moving, and it measures it into a computer program and tells you how strong is your subgrade and your road is. The one in the middle is the International Roughness Index. It tells you how much vibration you have on the road because of the bumps and everything. So those are the two roads we use, the measurements. Besides that, we use visual also. The visual is really a big one because we have tables that they have to enter all those visual measurements, and these are the visuals that I'm talking about. As you can see, the road failures are raveling, and I'm sure you've driven on roads that you can see it is uneven because some of the pavement has already come off. And the right side is block cracking, that's thermal cracking by the pavement is moving. The earth is moving on it, so it become perfect cracks. You can see them every 15 foot is a crack there. So on the right-hand side, the rutting, as you can see the rutting, sometimes you have a hard time turning your wheels because the roadway controls you. Longitudinal crack on the left-hand side, that's normally happens at the joints when they have the asphalt joints. And in the middle, fatigue cracking. When the road gets to fatigue cracking, means your roadway is pretty much done. It means you carried the load you were supposed to do, and now it's time to do something. And then on the right side, edge cracking, that's what happens a lot of times because as you can see on the right-hand picture, we have a lot of grass and vegetation on the right side. Well, that's why we need ditches to keep the water away because the water stands there, goes on the subgrade, and you have cracking on the edges of the pavement. And then it starts small cracking, and if you don't take care of it, you will see on the bottom picture potholing. That's when you start having potholes and you got big problems after that. So this is what we call the pavement life curve, which shows the pavement condition index, which is, I told you about those machines that measure it and also visual. If the road is in perfect condition, we just finished it, the pavement condition index is 100. As it starts aging and carrying load, it deteriorates. And we are hoping, and we try to do the best we can to catch the road before it gets that far. That's why on the curve I put on there, you will see it. If you spend $1 at the beginning when it starts deteriorating, within 5 to 7 years, you will save you $6 to $10 later on if you wait later. And that's what we, as engineers, the biggest challenge we have is convince you to give us the money to do a lot of preventive work because I don't have the money to do it later on. So we're trying to do it. It's like, like I said, cleaning your teeth or root canal. So which one do you want to choose? And these are the things we have, the tools. And all of the tools are on this curve, you will see Doña County already using them. And all those tools have been improved. Every year we get new improvement, new technology comes in. Like the asphalt pavement has polymer in it now. So it creates a lot more flexibility so it's keep it from cracking. Our asphalt also, we call them balanced mix design. You will not see any rutting because we designed the asphalt to keep on a hot temperature of southern New Mexico from being rutted and being soft. And as you can see on the curve, chip sealing, and we do a lot of that. And Cape Seal, that's something Cedar Las Cruces does a lot, which is a chip seal, and they come back and put a micro surfacing on it. And I'm going to show you which one of them, what they look like. So these are all the tools we use to keep our pavement in a good condition. And you will see it on the bottom left-hand side is a crack seal. Is the cracks, and you fill them up. On the middle side is a fog seal. which is asphalt emulsion. What's emulsion is a mixture of asphalt and water. They mix it up in a factory. You can't mix it by yourself. You have to mix it. We order it that way. It's a 50-50, almost 50 water, 50 emulsion, asphalt. And on the right-hand side, you will see that's the final product after we fog seal it. The fog seal, a lot of times we do it very early in the stage of the life of the pavement because we want that hairline crack to be filled up with asphalt so the water won't intrude into the pavement. And on the top left-hand side, you will see microsurfacing. Actually, this is Ciro Las Cruces does that. On the bottom, in the middle, is it our crew doing chip sealing in Chaparral. And FDR, that's not the president, that's full depth reclamation. And we do a lot of that. Actually, Doña County does a lot of this. He's been doing that for years. Last year, I went to a conference and Bernalillo County was bragging about they started doing FDR last year. So Doña County has been doing that for years. And thanks to my assistant, Rene Molina, he's been doing that for many years. And on the top right-hand side, scrub seal. We're going to start doing that this year. And that's a bunch of brooms we drag behind the distributor when we shoot the asphalt to scrub it inside the cracks. And then on the bottom, we follow the scrub seal and add some kind of sand or fines to the pavement so it can fill the cracks. Asphalt is a sealer, but unfortunately it sticks to your cars and your shoes. So we got to separate it by some kind of membrane from your vehicle. So that's why you see it either chip sealed or either sand sealed. And chip sealing, we use asphalt. As you can see the middle picture, we shoot the asphalt and the chip spreader machine behind it puts the rocks on it to keep you from picking up the asphalt. And that rock has become very expensive. This year, Howard Department did a milling job, what we grind up the asphalt on US 70. And they know I like millings, so they called me. They said, do you want the millings? I said, yeah. So they gave it to us for free, and we re-crushed them. Cost us $94,000 to crush them. We did 10 miles of road with chip sealing with the asphalt, with old asphalt pavement. So we didn't have to buy virgin material. So it saved us almost one-third. It was one-third the cost of what it would have been. So this is something we've been doing, and thank you for your attention. Now we're going to talk about all this you have learned now. So you're expert on how to build a road. Now let's look at how to take care of the other one. Where is my other presentation?
Just a quick question, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Reynolds.
Yeah, don't you think all the commissioners should work on the road crew at least one day?
What is it? I'm sorry.
Don't you think all the commissioners should spend at least one day with the road crew out,
I'd love to have you guys follow the chip spreader.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
Commissioner Reynolds, I've already done that during my college days. I'll pass.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, thank you. Thank you for your offer, but we love to take you at least watch the operation when we are doing something. Anyway, we talk about the road initiative. The county has started doing this since 2018, and they are the Road Initiative 1, Road Initiative 2, and today we're going to present Road Initiative 3 and all the list of the roads. So we're going to talk about progress, what we have done on Road Initiative 1 and 2, and also recommending the county maintain roads for Road Initiative 3, and also recommending the paving of unmaintained county roads that they are not paved, they are dirt roads. Under Initiative 1, we did $10.2 million worth of work, and we constructed 26.64 miles of roadway, and we took care of 29 roads. And on Road Initiative 2, you will see we spent almost $10.5 million. It was authorized and we spent it. So, and some of it were not, and it was saved, and you will see it on the Initiative 3. And 17.75 miles was constructed, And under that projects, we had 31 roads we took care of. Road Initiative 3 that we are requesting right now from you all is $11.5 million, which is some of it is a savings from the last two initiatives. And the savings because not because we did not do the roads, because the cost came below what we had estimated, so we had some cost saving. So that's why we added almost $1.5 million to the 10 million we are requesting. And we are proposing to take care of 18.15 miles, and there are 37 roads involved in that. And again, some of it because we're doing a lot of innovative, different kind of pavement preservation. Again, how do we pick these roads? We use the county road, the PCI, the pavement condition index, all of these, the one that surface road, and then the non-maintained resolution, we use that resolution to come up with the rest of the roads. And this is the Road Initiative 3. This is the total roads, 37 roads. And I'm going to break them into the sections so you can see it on the map. This is the northwest. For a lack of better words, I don't know what to call it, so we call it northwest quadrant. And you will see a bunch of the roads are in green and brown and purple sometimes, you will see them. So there are 11 roads on the northwest. On the northeast, you see purple and some green. And those are 11 roads on the northeast corner. And then we combine southwest and southeast quadrant, and you will see 16 roads on this area. And from 2018 to present, as you saw that how much money we have spent, but at the same time we have applied for other funding that I know Commissioner Reynolds brags about getting funding, so we got local government road fund. We have had we got $4 million so far. On the capital outlay, we have $9.5 million. And on the FLAP, which is a federal land projects, we have $7.9 million. And we're getting more federal land money in the future, actually in 27 for the Dripping Spring, which is a $13 million project. And that's the presentation. I know it's lunchtime, everybody's hungry, so.
Thank you. Commissioners, any comments, any questions for our engineer?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Sanchez.
I did have a question. In terms of the list that Mo presented, and it's in the packet, is there, when we're saying anything is unmaintained, do they currently, is it an unmaintained property, or the road is, I assume you mean unmaintained, meaning it's not owned by the county, not maintained by the county, so we have to go purchase or at least get the right of way or agreement on these?
Yes. Yeah, it's not the county road.
I'm sorry, what's that?
Some of them are county roads, some of them are not county roads.
Okay, so if, as a matter of the mechanics here, when I look at the resolution, it says to move forward with the acceptance of the project.
You see.
Should there not be something in the resolution indicating that we are going to be accepting these roads into the county? When we've done Roads Initiative, I wasn't part of Roads Initiative 1, but when we did Roads Initiative 2, we did specifically call out the roads that we were going to be taking, so that then that directed the county manager and the staff to then move forward with our approval. But I don't see this in the existing resolution that's for our consideration. So I'm just trying to understand, do we need to make an amendment to the existing resolution, or?
Well, Madam Chair, Commissioner Sanchez, on the Road Initiative 2, used the same thing, and these are the roads that are on the map shown him. And these were roads, they were not, we used, Renee Molina, my sister and I, we've been working on this for about 10 months. And we use the resolution because of the connectivity of those the areas to the system and then accessibility.
No, and I guess I understand. Like, I guess my question is just more of a, like I said, I understand at least how you graded it. I know we've had a discussion that I know hopefully we'll be able to have more with the commission. I guess my question is just more of understanding if we approve the resolution as is right now, will that cause, I guess, does that give the authority to the county manager and the staff to move forward with the project as listed here? I guess that's more of my question. It's like I said, it's more of a mechanical thing. I just want to make sure that if we need to make the amendment to give them the approval, that we do that. But if we say yes, it works, I'm good. So
I guess the question was if we need the roads listed within the resolution as to roads 1 through whatever it is, as stated in the proposal. Am I right on that, Commissioner Sanchez?
correct, yeah. And I know it's in the executive summary here. I know that's why I can read it in the agenda. So I know it's open. We've published it. I just want to make sure that, like I said, we don't do something that would delay moving forward with the
Mr.
project.
Kennan?
Right now, I'm not familiar with the exact status of all the different roads that are being mentioned here. The legal issue is whether or not any particular road has been formally accepted by the county for maintenance. There are times when a road might be part of, say, a subdivision, and if it hasn't been built to county standards, then while the developer might be donating it to the county, if it's not built to county standards, and we don't necessarily accept it for accept maintenance responsibility on those roads. So that's the basic legal issue behind all of this. On any of these particular roads, though, I do not know off the top of my head whether any or all of them have been accepted for maintenance.
I guess my question was, do we need to list these roads on our motion to accept the resolution, or can we just leave it as it is?
No, I believe that Commissioner Sanchez is correct now that I'm looking at the resolution. The resolution should, you have the list, the totality of the list. Let me ask Mo if he'll go back to, that has all of them, all of the roads. That one. Okay. That's not what appears in the.
These are 37. Yes.
No, it is 2 columns, but the document that I'm looking at in the agenda package, it's 359 out of 373.
The complete list is on our screen right now.
No, but it's not the same document. The document on, if you'll turn to page 359, it lists all of the unmaintained roads. Those are technically what historically has been called the private roads that we're adopting. So there would have to be an amendment to the resolution indicating that the commission is authorizing the adoption of these recommended roads. We'll modify the resolution and list out all of the named roads here. I'm not sure. So I don't see that, but it would have to be an amendment. I move that we amend the resolution and specifically indicate the adoption of the unmaintained roads that are listed on page 359.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. Commissioner Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just a quick question, and I guess I think as Mr. Kennan has just brought up, I guess if we're gonna have to individually evaluate and figure out the process as we go through, then would it just make sense that we approve the resolution as is and then take each one as it comes up and just note that these are the roads? Or I just, like I said, because I didn't think about that we're going to have to approve individually any, the acceptance, and I think.
Well, this would save having to come back if you just amend it today. But again, all of these were evaluated individually by the engineering department, and there, if there's any concern related to any of the one of the roads, we can address those right now.
All right, may I have an amended motion, please?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Point of order. We haven't passed the first motion first yet. So we haven't voted on, we haven't made a motion yet to even accept this. We don't think we got that
The
done.
motion's been made to, the motion's been made
And seconded.
Okay.
and seconded, so.
So now you
As
would
the
have-
general resolution.
Okay, then the next-
But if I may, excuse me.
That's right.
And so now what we are being advised is that we include all the information on page 359, which is project 1 through 37, to be named within the resolution so that there are no issues later. Am I correct on that, Mr. Macias?
Well, you're authorizing the expenditure of the money as it is listed, but Commissioner Sanchez is correct. We would have to adopt the unmaintained or private roads. So that's just a motion. And if there's a question as to, in terms of any of these roads, whether they're the, quote, private or unmaintained or the maintained, we certainly are prepared to respond to that because we, again, have, the engineering department has been very thorough in terms of prioritizing the projects. And again, they do meet all of the criteria that was previously established for the adoption of unmaintained or private roads.
All right.
But he's correct that it should note specifically in the resolution that these roads, and we can again include them individually, are being adopted for maintenance by the county.
All right, so then we're talking, just to be clear, we're talking about project number 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, and 27. Am I correct on that?
Yes, but I'm not clear why there's a zero amount on the 27. Is that the same?
That is
No.
Venegas Road,
Yes, it
270.
is. For some reason, on this exhibit that's in the packet, that one does not have a number, but but it is showing up there at 228,000. So it is 18 through 27.
So, Madam Chair, do you mind if I make that motion?
Go ahead, Commissioner Sanchez.
All right, hopefully I can, and I guess, is it okay? I mean, the $0 that we can amend, but
No, and, again,
Or is that just
you're
because
going
we're-
off of this list.
Okay.
Again, just for, it's a typographical or technical correction. Venegas Drive should be listed.
Okay.
Should be listed at the 228,000, and we're noting that for the record. So if you can just amend, because what you're doing is adopting.
Okay.
Adopting
So
the roads.
Actually, pardon, all the costs are different in the packet. Watson Lane is listed at 306, and on this it's listed at 288. Sayers is listed at 268, and on
That's
the
correct.
packet it's listed at
That
284.
is correct. All the numbers are different in the packet as they are on this, as
This is the
compared
correct.
to the screen.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Shalja Hernandez, this is the correct
Okay.
numbers.
But that's not what's part of our packet, though. That's not part of the resolution. These numbers are different. So if we approve the resolution as is, then we're approving numbers that aren't consistent with what your presentation is.
Commissioner Reynolds, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Macias, but what was contained in the packet that was published to the public has numbers that are not consistent with what is on our screen at this time, with the not even the total.
Again, it was advertised. You can see there's nobody here in the audience that came to make public comment. We certainly can adopt the numbers that are reflected. I don't have an explanation. I have to tell you that. I apologize. I was given this information. The total doesn't differ, but the numbers are different because I'm assuming the engineering department refined the numbers further. And
These are
so
And the
what I'm
total-
being
the-
told by the county engineer is that the numbers that are on the screen now that are part of his presentation is the cost associated with accomplishing the individual roads.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Reynolds?
yeah, may I offer that we basically, I mean, you haven't made a motion yet, have you? Okay. I'd like to make a motion, we table this to a date certain and put it on the next agenda with the correct information for the numbers, exactly what we need to say, because I still believe there's a couple of legal items we need to address with this, i.e. like, are we authorizing you to condemn the property? Are we authorizing you to spend more money to actually get a right-of-way? I mean, I'd
Well-
like to understand, there's more to it than just saying we're going to approve the roads. And this is a lot more we need to discuss about this, and I think we just ought to get at least the document correct. And so I'd like to make a motion that we actually postpone this to a date certain to the next meeting.
All right, I have a motion on the table I have a motion to table agenda item number 16 to a date certain, which would be the next BOCC meeting, November 14th? Is it the 14th? Is there a second? All right, motion. All right, there's a second. Commissioners, any discussion on the motion to table? I have a question. I mean, and I guess I didn't understand completely what you were saying, Commissioner Reynolds. But from what I'm understanding, what we have on the screen now is what is correct. And there can be a motion to correct the original motion by accepting the numbers that we have on the screen and also the difference in the total as compared to what we have in our packet. Is that correct, Mr. Macias?
Yes, ma'am.
And then there has to be a separate motion to accept the unmaintained roads.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Murillo?
Usually what's done, it's, we did the original motion, right? Now we're doing them amended, so you do the amended motion, and you specify, you don't have to change, do the amended, right? And then we go back to the original motion, and we vote as amended. You do it that way.
Right. And Madam Chair, let me again suggest, I'm not suggesting that the numbers, the cost isn't important, but by the time we actually come to do these projects, the cost varies. In fact, some of the money in the making up the 11,000 is because some of the projected road costs didn't come in as high as we thought, or we found ways to reduce it. If we're asked some questions, none of these roads require the acquisition of right-of-way because that was part of the criteria that was used, that we will not have to condemn any additional right-of-way to do any of these private roads. So we're staying away from that topic. So I think that it would be good and expeditious to be able to address the issue today and answer any other questions that the commission may have.
Thank you. I do have to move forward with the motion to table, however.
Yes.
Madam Chair, may I ask?
Any other discussion?
About the tabling in this?
Yes, Commissioner Reynolds.
I would like to ask Fred a question. Fred, if we approve these with these numbers being inaccurate, can someone that we maybe hire to do the work hold me to these numbers that we're approving that are different than the ones we're going to change it to? I mean, does it affect contracts that we might use to contract somebody to do this if these numbers aren't accurate? I guess that's my question.
I think there's two things that we're looking at. One might solve two problems, one might solve the other. If I understand the conversation correctly, there's a motion to amend. There's also a motion to table or to postpone. But in the motion, let's assume for a second that the board chooses not to postpone and that we go forward today. Then we have a motion to amend that would correct any discrepancies and any errors in the numbers. So then we have what would be our best estimates and our current estimates as far as the numbers go. And then down the road, there would be contracts with the contractor that's actually going to do the maintenance. And if there's any changes between today and whenever those contracts are entered into as to exactly what the cost would be for any particular road or group of roads, and I think that would be handled within the contract, and we wouldn't be bound by any of these numbers that we're doing in the resolution. This is, I think, this is primarily an expression of the will of the board as far as budgeting goes.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. All right, so we're going to move forward with a motion to table. Does anybody have any other questions about the possibility of an amendment impacting any future numbers or understanding by the commission or the public or the contractors?
Madam Chair, just a quick comment, and I just in the consideration for the postponement to the date certain, and it's only around, I think my only concern is trying to make sure that the numbers match up, particularly on the budget revision that we're approving here on page 360. If they're right, and understanding it, I think as Mr. Macias has noted, you're trying to save some money. We're trying to use funds that weren't used in Roads Initiative 1 and 2 to be able to make up the difference. I just wanted to make sure that the numbers that we're approving from the general fund into the accounts are correct, and so I just want to make sure that that's all lined up appropriately. So I think that's only my concern with this.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. And to what page are you referring? Just for my
Page 360.
Madam Chair, in a response, this is the information that we were provided through the Finance Department. I have no reason to believe that it's not correct. And it does have all of the appropriate signatures by the Finance Director, the Budget Officer, and by the Engineering Department making the request.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. All right, then we'll move forward with the motion to table to a day certain, which would be November 14th. May I have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Murillo?
No.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Shalja Hernandez?
No.
Chair Chaparro?
No, motion does not carry, 3-2. So do I have a motion to amend, please? Unless there's further questions on the numbers that we have on the screen. No motion from any commissioner?
I make the motion to amend the current motion to accept the, no, it's to accept the R13 total planned impact 1 through 30, well, no, we're doing just the unmaintained roads, correct? To where we are bringing in the unmaintained roads, which is number 18 through 27, which is correct. Yes, that we adopt and bring in numbers 18 through 27. Brandy, do that resolution justice or that amendment, okay? Please, thank you.
And again,
right,
Madam Chair, the amendment is to identify the specific roads, include them
unmaintained,
as
correct.
adopted under the resolution, 18 through 27, and I believe that that reflects Commissioner Sheljo's amendment.
Well, thank you for not making me repeat that, Mr. Macias. All right, there's a motion as was stated. May I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion by Vice Chair Shelter Hernandez, a second by Commissioner Murillo. Any discussion? Hearing none, may I have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Murillo?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
He stepped out.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Shalja Hernandez?
Yes.
Chair Chaparro?
Yes, motion carries 4-0.
That does have a resolution number?
No, that's
Well, wait, just a
amendment.
second. Now we need a motion to accept the numbers on the screen as compared to what was in the packet contained on page 359. May I have a motion?
Actually, I don't believe we do need that motion because that is not in the resolution. The numbers are not in the resolution.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so you're good.
Madam Chair, this
Commissioner
is,
Sanchez?
the budget revision is part of the resolution that we're approving. That's part of the amendment. And so it would have to be addressed. And I think that's the concern I have is that this, even, I guess, well, anyways, just for
Hold on.
clarity, to answer the question.
What page are you on for the resolution?
That was 360.
I think it's part of the packet, but not actually a part of the resolution itself.
The amount should reflect the 11.5 million.
But 11.53 million or 11.588 million? I think that's where my issue comes in with where we're at is we're going to be approving something blindly without understanding and seeing what's coming out of the general fund, what's going into this department and so on. So,
Madam Chair, forgive me if I can try to explain it.
Briefly, please.
There's information that's uploaded into the system. And so our administrative staff relies on this information. But sometimes by the time we come here, things have been updated, but they didn't substitute it. So the updated and corrected amount and amounts associated with every road is what you see on the screen, not in the packet. So the amount would be $11,530,640.53.
Thank you. All right, so I would need a motion to adopt what is on the screen regarding project names or project numbers 1 through 37, showing the amounts or the cost that is on the screen and totaling the amount as is shown on the screen as compared to what was provided to the commissioners on page 359 with said project names and costs. Am I correct on that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a motion on that?
So move.
I have a motion by Commissioner Murillo. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez. Any further discussion, commissioners?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Sanchez?
again, I think we are moving forward without clarifying how much is coming out of the general fund and what's coming out of, or it's already existing in the department's funds. So we can say that this is the total, but we are not, we're trying to approve a specific amount, a budget revision, without knowing what the budget revision is. And I think that's the concern I have, is that there's no way that I can move forward, and whether it be with this amendment or even as if this amendment passes, I cannot vote yes knowingly without having the amounts in front of me. You're asked, this is our fiduciary responsibility as a commission to approve. And if our budget revision is not correct, we're not meeting up to our responsibilities. So that's my say. We can move forward, unless there's other, I'll turn it back over to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. Anything else? All right, may I please have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Murillo?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Point of order. Are we voting on the amendment? Okay. No.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Sorry, that was no.
Commissioner Sanchez?
No.
Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes.
Chair Chaparro?
Yes, motion carries 3-2.
And again, Madam Chair, I know that this is belated, but the entire amount is coming out of the reserves.
Thank you, Mr.
Sorry, Madam Chair.
That
It
is what I am being told.
It is not. If it is coming out of the full, I'm sorry about my frustration, but my point is that we're fumbling around with this. This is stuff that I've had enough of that we have to consider. If you look at that budget revision, $11.5 million is not in that budget revision. It says at the bottom, but it is not in the budget revision because part of it is already in the roads department. So I'm sorry. I'm frustrated because we are, we're not living up to our requirements as commissioners. I'm sorry. So to say that it's coming out of reserves, it is not. If you look at that budget revision on page 360, it does not say anywhere $11.5 million is coming out of the reserves. $2.6 million, I believe, was coming out of that's already in the department. We're just backfilling it. This is the responsibility of the county manager, and this is the stuff that we're approving as is. This is something that we need to address. I don't care if it's on the next meeting, but we need to address the evaluation and the performance of the county manager. If this is the things that are being provided to us, the simple things, and we need to address them. I'm tired of having this type of discussion. This shouldn't take so long. This should have been a simple approval. I'm sorry, Madam Chair. Again, I'm sorry for my frustration, but this should have been something caught by the county manager with the reviews, with the many agenda reviews he does with us, and it's not. So I'm sorry, but we need to address the performance of the county manager. This should not be happening.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. We'll get to the performance evaluation at a later date. The motion has passed, and
That item does have a resolution number, if I
Thank you.
may. That resolution number is
Chair, point of
no, well, no, just a second.
Point of order. Point of order. Okay, we have passed the amendment, but we haven't passed the resolution with the amendment. That's a separate step.
Madam Chair, again, let me go back and just ask, take a look at page 357. The money is all coming out of reserve. So the overall estimate is the 11.5. There will be approximately 2.6 million cash remaining from Roads Initiative 1 and 2, but where is it? It's in the reserve. And approximately 8.9 million will be transferred from the unrestricted general fund cash reserves to the Roads Initiative Fund. The expenditure budget will be increased by 5.7 million for fiscal year 24. If you go to page 360, reasons for the budget adjustment to transfer cash and budget for Roads Initiative 3, the overall estimate is 11.5. There is approximately 2.6 million out of the 11.5 remaining from Roads Initiative 1 and 2. But again, where is that money? It is in our reserves, not specifically the road department budget. But because of this resolution, that money will be made available to be drawn down by the road department as it proceeds with the road development. Please remember that Roads Initiative 1 and 2, it's not a single budget year commitment. It takes several years to accomplish all of the road improvements. So I believe that the resolution and the information provided within at least page 360 is correct.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Macias, but I do have a question. So we had the original resolution, then we had a motion to table, then we had a motion to amend. Is there a vote needed, and I guess this is for legal, is there a vote needed for the original resolution, including the amendment?
Yes.
Mr. Kennan?
Madam Chair, yes, I agree with Commissioner Reynolds. I believe so far the board has declined to postpone, and I think the board has adopted 2 different amendments to the main motion, but has yet to vote on the main motion.
Thank you. All right, any other discussion on the original motion to accept the resolution with the amendment?
Madam Chair, just one comment.
Commissioner Reynolds?
I do agree with Commissioner Sanchez that these items should be fully vetted, properly vetted before brought to the board. And that's something that we've had a discussion about, or at least I've mentioned in several instances throughout the last year or so. And so I would challenge the staff and Mr. Macias to do a little bit better job of vetting these items so that we don't have to have all these discussions and these open meetings and things are prepared properly for the board.
Thank you.
Consideration. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Any other discussion? All right, may I have a roll call?
Actually, Madam Chair, you know, a comment was made, yeah, there's no one in the public to give comment on this today. We're about ready to spend almost $12 million and adopt several roads that are gonna improve the lives of our constituents, and no one's here to talk about it. No one's here to say whether they want it or not, but then we have issues that come forward, and then we get in the nitty-gritty of it, and then we deal with things after the fact. I get where the frustration is. It's just one of those things. It's, you know, there's no one here to talk about these roads that we're adopting and gonna take care of, 37, and there's no one in the public to talk about it. But yet that's the number one complaint that we get in emails and phone calls is roads. And that's the number one thing that I have to contact Mo about every day is roads. And there's no one here. So yeah, we need to figure it out. We need to figure out how to talk to people about this and get more people involved. And yeah, I think I'm equally as frustrated and also starving, not gonna lie. Should have eaten breakfast, but it's a lot. So we need to probably talk about it. It's 100% right.
Thank
So,
you, Vice
thank you.
Chair Shelter Hernandez. And I will, before we take the roll call vote, I think we just need to have more communication with the departments before we start presenting numbers. And I know there was an error made, at least on the presentation or the screen or somewhere. And I know this staff works very hard to get the information to us, Finance Department, roads, Assistant County Manager. I understand that. And hopefully this won't happen in the future. So anything else to say? Okay, thank you. May I have a,
Yeah, this is along those same lines, but this is not a criticism at all. It's just an observation. And that is that I received the package at 6 o'clock Friday evening. And of course, I mean, we review it. And with 393 or 600 pages, it does take a while. And then for us to get a chance to talk to all the different departments and people related to it, it's almost impossible to do over the weekend and one day. I know that we have passed a resolution saying that we need to have the packet, the agenda 7 days in advance, but the packet on Friday. I think this board should think and consider possibly requesting that we get a complete packet a little bit earlier, maybe Wednesday, so at least we have a few days to actually deal with some of these items before coming before this board and in public. And so I think it's up to us to actually decide that we need more time to review these items before we come to vote on them. And that's what the board's responsibility is. So if we can think about that, I would love it if we would change the requirement for the items that come before us to be to us sooner so we can actually have time to review them and spend time with the departments rather than just having 8 hours to do it the day before the meeting.
thank you,
Thank you,
Commissioner.
ma'am.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. I have a question, and I know that Commissioner Sanchez and I have something else. But can I entertain another motion to table until the next meeting? The resolution with the amendment, is that possible? No. Okay.
The process is that someone having voted in the affirmative can vote to reconsider the vote that was taken passing this matter. If you vote to reconsider the matter, then it comes back to you again, and you can make a motion to table if you wish.
Madam Chair, point of order.
What I'm understanding, it would only be either Vice Chair Shelter Hernandez, Commissioner Murillo, or myself. Am I correct?
That's correct.
That's correct, because but he said yes instead of no.
And we understand, yes, but we're pressed for time. Okay, I make a motion to, since there is no motion, I'll make a motion to table the resolution with the amended motion naming the unnamed roads until at the next meeting, which would be November 14th.
I believe the motion is to reconsider the vote by which the item number 16 passed.
And to reconsider the vote on item 16 passing. Do I have a second?
Point of order, ma'am. Sorry. I apologize. We can get Fred to weigh in on this if you'd like. Since we haven't made the motion to approve the item as amended, then we still are open to say simply, we want to make a motion to table this item to a date certain next meeting, and I think that's all we need to do. Am I correct, Fred? Or is it more complicated than that?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Reynolds, I think you could probably do it either way. What has been suggested so far is two different ways, but one of them is to simply reconsider the previous motion, and the terminology is to postpone rather than to table. So previously there was a motion to postpone to the next regular meeting of the board. That motion failed, and so one of the members in the majority could then make a motion to reconsider that, and then you can reconsider it and then vote on it again.
Okay, then since no other commissioner is making a motion, I make a motion to reconsider the original motion regarding agenda item, the vote. Reconsider the vote on agenda item number 16. Am I right on that?
Yes. Second.
I have a motion and a second. Do I have any discussion?
Madam Chair, at this point, why? Why do we belabor the point? Why do we need to reconsider? This has already gotten to that point where you're going to approve it. You all are clearly going in one direction. Why? I don't understand. I guess
Commissioner Sanchez, please allow the process to go forward as it's going forward, and I would appreciate that.
Okay, then, Madam Chair, let me state, if you've got a motion, you have a second, am I allowed to comment?
Yes.
I don't stand in support of reconsidering. This is already something we've gone through. Why belabor the point? You've gotten to the point that you wanted, what the county manager wanted, to get it to approve, which I stood at the very beginning of this and support Road Initiatives 3. However, it's always the mechanics and it's the fine points. So why, you've got it there at this point, why? Why at this point? Why do we want to reconsider at this point? You've already amended two times over. There's no reason for it. Thank you.
Well, and thank you for your comments, Commissioner Sanchez. I disagree with you. I'm trying to do the right thing as chair and as a commissioner, so I appreciate your comments. Thank you. So may I have any other comments? Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Murillo?
No.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Madam Chair, may I get a clarification? We are moving to postpone this till the next meeting, am I correct?
Reconsider.
Oh, to reconsider? Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
No.
Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes.
Chair Chaparro?
Yes, motion to reconsider passes 4-1. And just for the record, Commissioner Sanchez, it's not what I wanted, or I don't understand what that comment was, but all right, may I have a resolution? Well, we don't have a resolution. Motion carries 4-1, so it will be reconsidered at the next meeting. Anything else, Commissioners?
Now, Madam Chair, as a point of order, now we have to vote on the table.
Postponement.
You're reconsidering that motion.
All right, may I have a motion to reconsider the motion?
No, motion to postpone.
Motion to postpone.
I make a motion to postpone the vote for number 16 until the next regularly scheduled BOCC meeting.
I have a motion to reconsider or to table or to postpone the motion.
I'll second.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, we don't need a second. You're reconsidering that original motion. So the motion of the second is not necessary. You're back to the original, you're back to reconsidering. You've brought it back to reconsider that vote.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. Is that correct, Mr. Kennan?
I would agree with that.
Okay, thank you. So I had a motion to reconsider And I'm sorry, I'm tired, and I apologize, excuse me for being tired, and I'm a little confused at this point because there's so much going on.
Madam Chair, now you're on the vote to postpone.
Thank you. May I have a roll call vote on the postponement, please, until November 14th at our next BOCC meeting?
Commissioner Murillo,
No.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
No.
Vice Chair Shaldo Hernandez,
Yes.
Chair Chaparro.
Yes, motion carries 3-2.
I think we're done.
And we're just waiting on the correspondence received by Doña County, Brandy.
We do have 2 correspondents. I have Samantha Martha versus Doña Ana County, Dolores and Johnny Fulton versus Doña Ana County.
Thank you, Brandy. Meeting is adjourned at 1:54.